Good afternoon and welcome to the home of champions, Karting Genk in Belgium for the fourth and final round of the 2023 BNL Karting Series season. The road to Bahrain kick-started on the 7th of April this year. And tomorrow, after a season nearly 7 months in length, with 4 rounds over 2 different countries at 3 different circuits, we will crown our 2023 champions and also give away tickets for the 23rd running of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, welcoming you all to a circuit that next year will celebrate its 40th anniversary. A big thank you, as always, to everyone watching on the official BNL Karting Series YouTube stream. Don't forget to put your comments in, who you're showing your support for this weekend, because we have plenty of racing over the course of today and tomorrow. We have already had timed qualifying for all 6 classes completed this morning. Now we get on to the real business of racing. Former champions include the likes of Stan Pex, Max Timmermans, Mike Van Vrucht. We've also had the likes of Oliver Askew, the only American from recent memory that in 2015 captured the senior Rotax title. He went on to go to IndyCar, Formula E, and now is an established pundit and broadcaster in his own right. In that particular same year, a young Dutch driver by the name of Rinus van Kamphout, also known as Rinus VK, runs in IndyCar these days. And of course, there is one person that has really hit the top echelon of global motorsport, because not only next week will he be vying for his 3rd successive Formula One Drivers' World title, he also celebrates his 26th birthday today, so many happy returns to our inaugural 2-time Minimax champion, a certain Max Verstappen. But we have 6 senior Rotax heats over the course of today. We also have the day 1 pre-finals and the finals for the remaining classes. All senior Rotax heats will take place over the course of 7 minutes plus an additional lap. We have 40 senior Rotax drivers out of the 127 drivers that have made it to the circuit and have registered and are here and have been training for the last couple of days, ready to go racing one final time. We also have the best part of nearly 15 nationalities, including Belgium, the Netherlands, the United Kingdom, the Czech Republic, Denmark, Switzerland, Germany, Hungary, Slovakia, Georgia, the Czech Republic, and Poland. With regards to the senior Rotax drivers, 40 drivers have entered. After the 6 heats have been completed today, the top 36 will thereby move forward into the pre-finals and the finals tomorrow. The reason for that is the fact that we do not have enough drivers to have a second chance heat tomorrow morning, whereby in that instance we would have had the top 30 go through, and then the final chance, the second chance for 12 plus, more than 12 drivers to secure the final 6 spots is no longer happening. Of course, for those wondering about the timetable, you will be able to see that in the description, along with our respective social media channels on Instagram and also on Facebook. We will have 20 drivers competing in this first of 6 heats. What's more, each of the senior Rotax drivers, all 40 of them, will compete in 3 heats today. So coming into, as we go through the classes, I will talk about the current standings. So in senior Rotax, after the last round at Ostricourt in the middle of August, when we headed over to Racing Kart JPR for the first time since 2018, it was a dominant display by the 335 from the UK, Kai Hunter. He leads the man that took the titles in senior Rotax on 2020 and 2021, Sean Butcher. Ethan Jeff Hall, last year's European champion, is 3rd in the standings, ahead of Lewis Gilbert, who is not here this weekend, so no wonderful overtakes from the Pride of Scotland, I'm afraid, but I'm sure that Lewis, Jennifer, Douglas and the rest of the family are watching at home. Very good morning to you. Austin Lee, this year's Rotax Germany champion, who's also booked his ticket to Bahrain, starts 5th and is Gilets in 6th position, last year's champion. But let's take you through the grid. For the first race of the weekend, it's Senior Rotax Groups A versus B. On pole position, it will be the 374, the defending champion, Kai Gilets. He'll have Kaz Boshouse alongside him on the front row. Ethan Jeff Hall starts from the inside of row number 2. Alongside him will be Belgium's Vincent van Kerkhoven. Dion van Verven and Benjamin de Mant from the Netherlands and Denmark round out row 3. Ahead of Sverre Ubben, Jaden Teen, Miel Hendricks and Paul Fokwemin rounding out the top 10. Rune de Broeke, Tommy van der Stroy's last year's junior BNL champion, starts 12th ahead of Milan Koppens, who makes a one-off return to karting this weekend, ahead of Lawrence Haraboz, Enzo Dickenberg, Jort van Wijk, Dante Sima, Scott Westhovens, Frederick de Mant, and Poland's Karol Kaminski bringing up the rear of the field. So, the set of red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. Ahead of our first of 6 senior Rotax heats. Good to see a bit of activity in the chat. Tommy supporting his best friend Kai Gilets. Tommy, get well soon. Karel Stout, good to have you with us as well. He's also competed in the BNL karting series now as a junior driver for the DriveX squad. So congratulations to him on that. But Senior Rotax, looking back at the honour roll through the years past, there have been a whole host of drivers, such as Dylan LaHaye, Philip Morin, Oliver Askew, Glenn Van Parijs, who went on to become a 3-time BNL Karting Series champion, twice in DD2, once as a senior. And then LaHaye is the most successful. 3 BNL Senior Rotax titles. He's been working on his DJ set just outside the GKS awning. But the drivers are steeled and ready, crawling their way out of the final corner, into the tram lines. Revs rise, I'll be ready. Lights are out, first time. Good start by Gilets. And Ethan Jeff Hall slots in behind as Kaz Boshouse round towards the outside. Dion van Verven looking through into turn 2, 3 wide as they come into turn 3 on the opening tour. Now into the triple left at 3, 4 and 5. Someone at the back part of the top 10 got a little bit sideways. The back end stepping out to the right-hand side for Quimmin getting through, but 2 are off. And 1 at the back, that is the 929. Miel Hendricks. And one of the GKS Lemons power carts also went off of the circuit at the time. That might have been Rune de Broeke in the 911. But Gilets leads the way. Jeff Hall in second. Van Verven hustling Boshouse, going through into Cafe Corner at turn number 10. A few more overtakes happening. As all, Enzo Dickenberg having to fight a little bit with the likes of Milan Koppens and Jort van Wijk. But Gilets leads the way after the opening lap. Gap between him and Ethan Jeff Hall, 0.371 seconds. And there's Dion van Verven up the inside, through into turn 2, using the slipstream rather nicely down the start-finish straight. Boshouse staying with him. 2 drivers on CRGs, both privateers, punching above their weight that you would normally see. Van Verven ran as a junior last year, qualified for Team Netherlands for Portimao. Out through turn number 9 they go again. Gilets looks to be extending that lead, but there's a battle a bit further back. For the likes, well, Milan Koppens has already made his way up to 9th position. And Paul Fokwemin has got behind him Benjamin de Mant from Denmark. That's the battle for P6. Rilletz looks over his right shoulder, and then everyone else, well, the two behind him, Ethan Jeffel and Dion van Verven, do exactly the same. As a little bit of a tussle. That was with Rune de Broeker, I believe. Yep, the 911 gets through on the 924 of Demand. A little bit of a skirmish behind, 3 carts. Lawrence Herbo's in the mix with all of that. Milan Coppens also at the back end of that train. He's got the 398 of Lawrence Herbo's just in front of him, along with Jort van Wijk. Just coming up to the 4.5 minutes, plus an additional lap still to go in this opening heat out of 6 here in Senior Rotax. Lead between Ethan Jeffel in second and Kai Rilletz. Last time out was 4/10. Rilletz looks to extend that lead. He picked up his 4th title at this point last season. Van Verven looks up the inside, through on Ethan Jeffel for second. Again, a textbook of exactly what he did. Jaden Teen, in the meantime, has got through on Casbah's house and is chasing the 2 in front down for second and third. Tommy van der Stroy is currently sitting in 17th. That might have been him that went off circuit at turn 6 earlier on. Sverre Ubben is out of the race on the opening lap. But now Jaden Teen trying to close in. Van der Stroy's fastest lap of the race, 54.479 from the young Dutchman. The 3:54 from The Hague. Halfway down, halfway to go. Ethan Jeffel keeping in the slipstream as we've got the mechanical black flag out. That is for the 383, I believe, or 36. So that's 383. That's Vincent van Kerkhoffen. Out of the race goes the GKS Lemons Power driver. He'll have 3 laps to facilitate that. And there's the move up through onto turn 6, heading onto the Europlan by Jaden Teen, getting third away from Dion van Verven. Through into the turn 7 chicane, now through the sweeper at 8. A lot of commitment. I've seen moves up the inside. I've seen moves around the outside of turn 8, but also one of the best moves I've seen. Sana Shribak on Sebastian Negron going through into turn 7 off of the Europlan a couple of years ago. That still went viral on BNL social medias. Rilletz's lead is comfortable. 0.56 of a second after lap number 4. Lap 5 will now be completed. And that has stretched to nearly 8/10. Van der Stroy's another fastest lap of the race, 54.281 seconds. Jaden Teen looks up the inside through on Ethan Jeffel. That's through turn 3, and the Dutchman gets through for second position. Now Jeffel gets the cutback through at turn 6, and then the old switcheroo from Jaden Teen. That allows Dion van Verven to get through for third. Great exchange by the 3 drivers, and now Casbah's house on the other CRG is closing on them rather quickly. Jaden Teen takes a wide sweep into turn 9 and down the short chute into the run at Cafe Corner, where there will be plenty of people on the grandstands watching the action as it transpires here in this wonderful Saturday afternoon sunshine here in Limburg. Through turn 12, and now across the start-finish line, Rilletz will have a lead. That's going to be north of a second. That's 1.6. That's doubled. And Van der Stroy's again another fastest lap of the race. Van der Stroy's now, well, Vincent van Kerkhoffen has parked it after the mechanical black flag. Van der Stroy's now up into 14th, ahead of Enzo Dickenberg, and the pair have both got past the young Dane, Frederick Demand. There's a late lunge, if ever I saw one, from Ethan Jeffel on Dion van Verven through turn 6 onto the Europlan to take back third place. Boshouse has got the ringside seat and is waiting in the wings to try and make something of it. 60 seconds plus an additional lap on the time is still to go in this first of 6 highly charged senior Rotax heats. If this is an appetizer that whets your appetite ready for the remainder of the racing today. We're going to go on to the penultimate lap. So lap 7 is completed by Rilletz. Jaden Teen giving chase. Gap now 1.685 seconds. Jeff Hall at the minute is holding on to third place ahead of Van Verven and Kaz Boshouse, Jort van Wijk, Paul Vorkwemen, Lawrence Herboz, Rune de Broeker and Benjamin de Mant round out the top 10. Van der Stroy's up the order now to 13th after a dismal start to the race. There is the 9.24 of Benjamin Demant closing in on Ronnie de Broeke down the Europalaan. So the timer now will strike 0 on the clock at this moment. 2 laps to go, including this one. Villets comfortably ahead, and he'll be on pole position of every single one of the heats, having taken the top time in qualifying earlier on today. Last lap board is out. The 3.74 from Strawberry Racing now has a lead of it with nearly 1.7 seconds. It has stabilised. Ethan Jeff Hall in third, still holding off the advances of the 3.77 of Dion van Verven and the 3.63 of Kaz Boshouse. Rillet's now making his way down the Europalaan for what will be the 9th and final time, not including the sighting and formation lap that occurred before the lights went out for the first time. This young man last year wrote a piece of history, becoming the first driver in 3 different classes to pick up a championship title. Mini-Max, Junior Max, and also last year, Senior Rotax. But out of the final corner, from lights out to checkered flag, Kai Rilats comfortably wins heat number 1. Groups A and B, Jaden Teen takes second ahead of Ethan Jeff Hall, Dion van Verven and Kaz Boshouse on both the CRGs, keeping themselves at the sharp end of the field. Jort van Wyk takes 6 ahead of France's Paul Volkwemmen, the elder statesman of the senior Rotax field this weekend, being in his early 30s. Lawrence Herboz, Ronnie de Broeke, Benjamin Demant ran out the top 10, covered by 7 seconds at the flag. Milan Koppens, the recovering Toby van der Soys, Karol Kaminski, Scott Westhovens, Frederick Demant. They complete the top 15, rounding out the finishing order. Enzo Dickenberg and Miel Hendricks, followed by Dante Sima, who retired on the last lap. Vincent van Kerkhoffen, a mechanical black flag, received the 383 pull into the pits on lap 4. And Sverre Ubben, unfortunately, not being able to get past the end of lap 1, but Rillet's takes the opening victory of the day here at the Home of Champions. Now we get underway with our second of 6 senior road tax heats. It's Heat 2, Group C and D. Here's your starting grid. Tobias Bille-Clausen and Martin Geiskens are on the front row. Kai Hunter joined by Benjamin Van Hees on row 2. Montego Marson and Vic Stevens, row 3. Luke Neeson and Sean Butcher, row 4. Completing the top 10 is Jules Roussel and Austin Lee. Pat Gubbles, Mario Sidler, Sam Bergstein, Thijs Dams, Jake Bezelbeck, Julian Sednica, Ralph van der Pevert, Adrian Hoare, Gussie van Gorp, and Mads Larsen rounds out the 20-strong grid on that one, as we are now red lights ignited on the starting gantry ahead of another 7 minutes plus an additional lap of racing here at the home of champions, Karting Genk. Thank you for joining us all again. Good to see OH management cheering on Jeffy, aka Ethan Jeff Hall. Yannick Dillon. Yannick, good to hear from you. Of course, Maxime's mum. Good to hear from you as well. Cheering on Maxime, who has, funnily enough, Maxime Didix, a little bit of information about him. Currently running third in the DD2 standings this year, but also is going to be heading to the Hockenheimring next week for an LMP3 test. Also has done some simulator work on the full motion simulator at Eau Rouge, located just about 10 minutes from this location, on their full motion VR simulator, which I will never touch VR, I'll be completely honest with you, because it's motion sickness on virtual reality simulators never mix, and I know that from personal experience. But we have 7 minutes plus an additional lap of racing, and then we'll be a third of the way through, and then we'll head into the first set of pre-finals this weekend. So over the course of the day, we will have a total of 12 races, 6 of which will make up the Senior Rotax's heats today, as the drivers now will start to slow. Some weaving from side to side, but the drivers make their way out of the 12th and final corner. They're told to slow. They split, they head into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. Tobias Clausen gets a good run. And now Kai Hunter makes his way up to second. Zor, one mounting the back of the other towards the back part of the field. That might have been Thijs Dams coming together with somebody else. The 321 from Belgium having his front axle up in the air. Not exactly the best way you want to start the race. There's multiple exchanges happening down the Europalan, but at the moment, it is the man that was dominant at Ostricourt back in the middle of August. Kai Hunter, Sunderland's finest, hits the front end of the field. They come down in towards Cafe Corner. There's also 2x2 exchanges. Jake Bezelbeck from RTMT Margraf towards the back end of the field. Not having a good time is the German at the moment. He's running 15th at the minute. Hunter leads. Clausen second. Marson third. And has got Sean Butcher up his inside. Butcher through for third. Luke Neeson also trying to factor in. And Neeson looks up the inside through turn 4. He's nearly wheel to wheel with Montego Masters, but the German holds firm. There's someone that's shortcutted out of turn number 2. We've got yellow flags at Marshall Post 2. There has been a coming together. One driver walking away under their own steam, and helmet is off. So someone not going to be having a great walk back to the awning a little bit later on after this race is concluded. So Kai Hunter leads the way. Tobias Billy Clausen from Denmark. A little bit of an exchange between, well, Gussie van Gorp. I knew she was going to be rapid. Didn't show that pace in qualifying due to a little earlier drama, but she's battling away with Vic Stevens, who was fastest in Group 1, but copped a 5-place penalty, as did multiple drivers in Group 1, 14 in total. They're battling for what is, well, Martin Gaskins battling with Gussie van Gorp and Vic Stevens. Stevens currently 8th at the minute. Just under 4 as, right, that is Puck Gubbles I've just spotted. And we've got a GKS kart out. Can't recognise the driver who's, well, Ralph van der Pavert's dropped to the back end of the field in the 368. He is the official mullet man. Oh, we've got somebody slowing. Somebody slowing and pulling off to the left-hand side off of turn number 9. So someone else's race has come to a dramatic halt. Hunter still leads after 3 laps. Van der Pavert out. Butcher looking for the move for second. Robustly gets through on Clausen. And then Luke Neeson trying to do the same trick that he did to Montego Masters. He's got through on the German. It's 3rd, 4th and 5th in a line into turn 6. And at this particular occasion, elbows are out. Tobias Billy Clausen drops from 3rd to 5th in one corner. They are line astern coming off of the Europlan and heading into the turn 7 chicane. Mads Larsen, Martin Gaskins, they're all out, down to 16 runners as Sean Butcher has got the waft with him and he's closing in on Hunter. And they are a kart length apart, or 2, coming across the line. Hunter leads from Butcher. The gap now 0.23. Sean Butcher now waiting to strike. We're past the half-time in this second of 6 heats, and Butcher has clearly got the fire in the belly. Had to fight tooth and nail at Ostrikor, but now here at Genk, he's going to go for the race lead. Up the inside through turn 6. Butcher takes the lead from Hunter, and now the line is turned down the Europlan. Hunter switches to the outside to carry the momentum through the chicane at turn number 7. Bumper to bumper between the pair as they now go through into turn 9. This is allowing Neeson, Marsen and Tobias Billy Clausen to close on in. Sam Bergstein rounds out the 16 runners and riders that are still competing with 2 minutes and 30 still to go, plus an additional lap. And after 5 laps, forward led by Kai Hunter. Lap 5 now leading the way, it's Sean Butcher in the 3:02 from KR Sports. Luke Neeson very late on the brakes, literally measuring it to perfection going into turn number 2. Top 5 were 9/10 apart after the 5th lap. It looks like these 5, this quintet, are covered by about half a second. Down the Europlan they go once again on lap number 6. Butcher holding his line. Hunter trying to force an opportunity his way. Hunter looks over his right shoulder, sees 3 in a row behind him. You might want to keep an eye behind you guys, because Vic Stevens and Jules Houssel, who round out the top 7, are closing. 90 seconds remain on the timer. Top 5 come across the line now. It was 9/10. It is now under 7.5, and there's the move for 3rd. Montego Masters up the inside of Luke Neeson. Neatly done by the 394 from Krav Motorsport. Gets through, and Neeson won't try and look for the move into turn number 6. Down the Europlan again. So 4 retirements. On lap 1, Ralph van der Pavert and Puck Gubbles. Then on lap 2, Martin Gaskins and Mads Larsson out. Larsson going out with technical troubles. And there is his car on the left-hand side of the circuit on the run from turn 9 through into Cafe Corner at turn 10. 2 more laps to go after this one. Sean Butcher, the 2020 and 2021 BNL Senior Road Tax Champion, leads the current points leader. Kai Hunter, gap between them was 0.13. As, right, another lap later. Oh, careful, you went a bit skywards there, Luke Neeson. He made the move over Montego Masson, returned the favour for what the German did on the previous lap, and got back through for 3rd place. Running at the top 10 at the moment are Tobias Billy Clausen, Vic Stevens and Jules Roussel. They have closed. They have closed up big time. So Butcher is holding on as the timer has hit 0. Here in Heat 2 for Senior Road Tax. And now the change has happened. Hunter gets the lead back as we go onto the final lap. Watch the dogfight emerge. And it's right in front of us. There are fireworks ahoy. And there are the top 7. Luke Neeson again gets the front axle skywards. Loses a little bit of purchase. Butcher, a little bit of a touch between him and Kai Hunter. Hunter still holds on to that race lead down the Europolan for the final time. On lap 9, what's going to happen between the 2 behind? Well, they dropped Tobias Billy Clausen ever so slightly. As Vic Stevens has got through, so is Jules Roussel. Down into turn 10 for the final time. Hunter defends his line. Butcher looking for the run, coming out of turn number 11. It's going to be a photo finish on this one. Hunter looking all over the shop. Montego Masson trying to go wide and carry the speed through. Out of the final corner by a whisker. Kai Hunter takes the win by 76 thousandths of a second. Ahead of Sean Butcher. Luke Neeson rounds out the top 3. Montego Masson, Vic Stevens, Jules Roussel, Tobias Billy Clausen, Thijs Dams, Gusse van Gorp, and Mario Sidler round out the top 10, covered by 4.3 seconds at the end of that exchange. But what an exciting battle we had. Hunter and Butcher basically bumper to bumper, wheel to wheel, as soon as the 302 based out of London closed on the 335 from Dan Holland Racing. But Hunter takes the win. Butcher second. So the field makes its way into pit lane, and your finishing order provisionally as it stands so far. Kai Hunter takes the win by 76 thousandths of a second ahead of Sean Butcher. Luke Neeson in 3rd place. Montego Masson rounds out the top 4 ahead of Vic Stevens, with Jules Roussel, Tobias Billy Clausen, Thijs Dams, Gusse van Gorp, and Mario Sidler rounding out the top 10. Austin Lee finishing in 11th ahead of Benjamin Van Hees, Adrian Rohr, Jake Bezelbeck, Julian Setnica, and Sam Bergstein being the last of the finishers after 9 laps of this 1,360-metre circuit. Martin Gaiskens and Mads Larsson out on lap 2, with Ralph van der Bevert and Puck Gubbles not getting a good start to the weekend, I'm afraid, ending their races on lap 1.
moest eigenlijk ik ga hier ik sta op mijn gat. En maar vijfde rijden of zesde of zevende in het eerste jaar. Dat is elke microgastje. Laatste rijden. Niks in. Je ziet het er niet, je snapt het er niet. Als je niet het verschil weet tussen bocht 2, bocht 3 en bocht 4, dat je dan gewoon thuis helemaal raar vindt te trippen, maar je niet snapt wel dat wat die bocht is en dan is dat een error gekomen en dan je snapt dat niet. Dan is dat alles vergeten. Ja, maar ik heb je gezegd dat die bochten, dat die nummers van buiten leren. Als ik dan nu opnieuw, want ik moet dat 10 keer opnieuw zeggen, anders weet je dat niet. Als ik nu bocht 2, en er is natuurlijk een rechts en een links, dan moet er nog een links en nog een links. Bocht 1, 2, 3 en 4. En dan die kan dan niet, die nummertjes, dat wordt helemaal gek. Kan ik dat nu bijvoorbeeld niet zeggen. We hopen dat het niet zo biedt de andere kant op gaat en zo tegen de richting in moet draaien. Dat zou zeggen.
So here we go with our pre-final for day one for Mini Max and Mini Rookie. Here is your starting grid. Following on from time qualifying this morning, Jacob Ashcroft starts from pole position. Alongside him on the front row will be Lars Lambers. Felipe Reyes making a return. Starts on the inside of row number 2. Alongside him will be Belgium's Alexander Van Meeuwen. Thomas Verheyen and Finn Albert Jorgensen. Jorgensen losing 3 places for a front-fairing penalty in qualifying, ran at row number 3. Maria Roberto being the second highest placed mini rookie in qualifying behind Jorgensen starts 7th alongside Jente Moonen. Victor Reitz and Jeff Beek ran at the top 10. Jonathan Valkenburg, Maxime Becker, Tristan Shea, Zega Fransens, Rory Armstrong, Tom Reed, Lieke van Berkel, Jacob Kubera, Bran van der Weken and Belgium's Vic van Kampenhout complete the top 20. Ryan Rivers, Pauline Van Preet, Jack Freeman, Kieran Stewart, Benedictas Masiokas, Jensen Walker, Vitek Kubera, Leon Herbos, Samir Paul, Tristan Abils and Daniel Ferguson round out the 31 strong grid. Shout out to Zaniti Ferguson, who is on YouTube, giving lots of cheers for Daniel in the chat. Thank you all for putting in your comments. Let us know who you're supporting over the course of the race weekend, and I'll make sure you get a shout out on the live stream. So the timetable will be going right the way on until about close to 5 o'clock this afternoon, Central European summertime. So if you are watching over in Georgia, you're probably a couple of hours ahead of us. In the UK, an hour behind. So that will probably be 7 o'clock Georgia, 7 or 8 o'clock. Vako Kobahidze, you need to give me a heads up on how far ahead Georgia is. And I hope the family are watching, and we'll see Mate in action a little bit later on in Junior Rotax. But it's 13 minutes on the timer. Red lights ignited on the starting gantry. Ashcroft and Freeman leading the point standings in Mini Max and Mini Rookie respectively. Drivers showing everyone else how it's done. They're in their 2x2 rolling start formation before we've even hit the latter section of the circuit here at Karting Genk. 31 drivers, 13 minutes plus 1 additional lap. Who will make it count this weekend as they come out of the final corner? Red lights on the gantry. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? It's the first full start of the meeting. So, race director Thomas Leiner not happy with that one, so has told them you need to go around for another lap. Completely understandable, bearing in mind the significance of this race weekend here at Karting Genk. good to see. You have to give J3F1 on YouTube a shout out. Good luck to everyone. We'll be watching from the stands. Well, J3F1, I'll have to come and find you a little bit later on. Peter Jean saying good luck to Trinity Kart Racing and their two drivers with Maxim Smith and Vlad Tomichuk. Good to hear from you, Peter. So the more the merrier. Over 160 people watching the live stream at the moment. Thank you very much for tuning in. We have had a problem. It's the 116 that has just pulled off to the side. That's Kieran Stewart, so we're down to 30 before we go underway with our second start attempt here at the Home of Champions. Where is Kieran at the moment? That's on the Europolan. That's on the back straightaway, parallel to the road-going traffic, and the Mini-Max and Mini-Rookie drivers will be at bigger velocity than them. It's 90 kilometers an hour. That is the speed limit down the Europolan, the main highway here. Red flag is out. Red flag has been called by race direction. Red flag is out, so the entire field will be asked to come to the start-finish line and grid on up. Good. Thank you very much to Alina Kravchenko saying it is, I was right, it is 2 hours ahead. Right, we have the medical team on the circuit at this moment. So medical team is on site. That includes the the ambulance. So we will have a slight delay at the moment. So red flag stoppage for the pre-final on day one for Minimax as we wait for the medical team who are on the circuit as we speak. Right, whilst we're waiting to get things underway, another shout out. Thank you very much, Tracy and Jacob Robinson. Jacob currently in his hospital bed at the moment. Get well soon, buddy. Thank you very much, guys, for letting me know you're watching. That's the beautiful possibilities with regards to communication through so many different platforms such as social media. So I've had a combination of Facebook, WhatsApp messages today. Also, we've got the people watching on the live stream. Thank you very much for joining us. Of course, sunshine plentiful here. The weather, however, yesterday was a bit different. It was quite tricky and very mixed, let's say. I got off the plane and managed to make my way over from the Netherlands over to here. And I got over the Belgian border and it started raining. And then I got blamed for the weather coming in. But we do have very, very good weather forecasts on the horizon here at Karting Genk. So there was actually an incident on the start-finish straight, on the back straightaway at the Europalaan. So it looks like we will have maybe two drivers not taking part in this race. So we may be down to 29 out of the 31 drivers that took the start. So it was Kieran Stewart, I did notice, that was pointing in the other direction. Down on the Europalaan, the back straightaway between turns 6 and 7. There is also a Sodi kart, which might be Vitek Kubera. But we are waiting for things to get back underway so we can do a restart after the red flag stoppage for the day one pre-final for Mini and Mini Rookie. So hopefully we'll get things back underway very, very shortly indeed. So the engines roar into life and the drivers make their way around the circuit. Here's the starting order. Jacob Ashcroft starts from pole. Lars Lambers alongside on the front row. Felipe Reyes, Alexander Van Meeuwen, Thomas Verheyen, Finn Albert Jorgensen, Maria Roberto, Jent Moon and Victor Reutz and Jeff Verbeek ran out the top 10. Jonathan Falkenberg, Maxime Becker, Tristan Shea, Zega Fransens, Rory Armstrong, Tom Reed, Lieke van Berkel, Jacob Kubera, Bram van der Weken and Vic van Kampenhout complete the top 20. There'll be Ryan Rivers, Pauline Van Breet, Jack Freeman, Kieran Stewart. Kieran might not be taking part in the race. We've got behind them Benedictas Masiokas, Jensen Walker, Vitek Kubera might also not be taking part. We have had the medical team on the circuit with Leon Herbos, Samir Paul, Tristan Abeels and Daniel Ferguson bringing up the rear of the field. So it looks like we will be down to 29 out of 31 runners and riders. So, red lights on the starting gantry once again. 13 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap. As I said earlier, Ashcroft and Freeman, they are the points leaders coming into this final championship round. It's a double header, so 2 race days, 1 today, and then they've got to do it all over again tomorrow with qualifying, the pre-final, and then the last race of the season tomorrow afternoon. The field slowing to a crawl coming out of the 12th and final corner here at Karting Genk. The Mini Max and Mini Rookie pre-final for day one about to get underway. Into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady this time? The lights out go first. Time out as, Lars Lambers was looking very racy going into turn 1, looking towards the outside of Jacob Ashcroft. But Lars Lambers got through. Felipe Reyes gets through using the runoff area, which you can do on lap 1. After that, you are considered to have flaunted the track limits. Felipe Reyes touches the right-hand side pod of Jacob Ashcroft, who's now having wheel clashes with Lars Lambers. I think there was a little bit of a late lunge there from Felipe Perez on that point. But the young Dutchman in the 107 looks over his right shoulder out of turn 9. Into Cafe Corner at turn 10. Send up the inside. That would have been Maxim Becker. He might be on the Praga chassis. As now Ashcroft looks up the inside, takes second off of Lambers. Across the line, after lap 1, Felipe Perez leads the way, switches to the inside. Ashcroft around the outside and gets through before they've even hit turn 2. If that's a precursor to what's going to happen in Minimax, I'll take that all day long. Jenthe started down in 8th and is now currently running, is now down in about 6th position, was running as high as 4th at the end of the opening tour. A little bit of side pod to side pod action, a bit further back. But Ashcroft leads the field. Lambers, second. Then it's Felipe Perez. Alexander Van Meeuwen has got Jenthe to the inside. Moonen gets through, pulls alongside, but Van Meeuwen up the inside through into turn 10. A little bit of a wheel touch between the pair, left front to right rear. But Ashcroft and Lambers starting to pull away. There's an absolute dogfight behind them, battling over 4th place. Alexander Van Meeuwen now leads that train. Rory Armstrong has got himself up into 12th position, make that 10th. And now, it's getting way too much pushing and shoving up out there. Alexander Van Meeuwen, all 4 wheels off the circuit, up in the air. Thomas Verheyen is dropping like a stone in a pond and is coming into the clutches of Rory Armstrong. Those two are battling for second in the championship. Ashcroft has got a nearly 100-point lead coming into this final round of the season. So it is all very much for themselves. Rory Armstrong, 24 points ahead of Lars Lambers and Thomas Verheyen. Lambers is second. Verheyen is a further 4 points adrift of third place. 3 minutes down, 10 to go. Ashcroft continues to lead after lap 3. Lambers, Reis, Van Meeuwen, Verheyen. And Maxim Becker, the young German, has made his presence felt here. Started 12th, now up 6 places. He's got Jenthe in behind. Rory Armstrong has managed to get through all the melee and has got himself up into a decent 8th position. A little bit further back, Victor Reitz is battling away. Oh, 2 coming together, smoke billowing from the sidewalls down the Europolon. I think Victor Reitz might have been involved in all of that. Someone has dropped to the back end of the field. Could be Tristan Abiels, who was 10.9 seconds behind race leader Ashcroft after 3 laps. But there is Ashcroft. Lambers keeping in touch. Felipe Perez trying to hold off the advances of Alexander Van Meeuwen. Finn Albert Jorgensen, the highest of the mini rookie drivers, is on pace. 5th. Could it be 4th? Because Van Meeuwen has got to watch it. Jack Freeman currently running 20th at the moment. He's got to make some progression up the order in the mini rookie classification. Leaders come out of turn number 9, down the dip, into Cafe Corner. Finn Albert Jorgensen, fastest lap of the race so far, 58.959. A minute and a half to go until we hit half-time in this race. Gap between first and second now expands to 3/4 of a second. And this is the first of 4 steps forward that drivers must make. Finn Albert Jorgensen. Oh no, that is drama. Drama for Jens Immonen. A little bit further ahead, Tom Reed battling away with Maria Roberto from Dan Holland Racing. So Maria Roberto started 7th. She's currently sitting in 11th place. Jeff Verbeek is behind her on track. Verbeek has just been passed by Jack Freeman for 18th. But Finn Albert Jorgensen and Alexander Van Meeuwen are moving forward at a pace. Maxime Becker, the youngster in the 157. Running on the IPK Praga chassis, IPK Praga, along with Sodicat, Birol ART, and the Charles Leclerc brand of chassis will be this year's partners for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, taking place between the 2nd and the 9th of December at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit this year. 23rd running of the Grand Finals. Would have been 24th had the rescheduled 2020 Grand Finals gone ahead. They were originally due to take place in Bahrain later that year, but then got rescheduled to Portimao just a couple of weeks after the International Trophy. But unfortunately, due to the pandemic rearing its ugly head once again across the globe, including Portugal, the Portuguese government had no other alternative but to close it down and cancel the event. But Lambers closing in on Ashcroft. Nearly 2/10 was the gap last time around, but Alexander Van Meeuwen closing in on Felipe Perez for that 3rd place. Into turn 6 with 5 minutes and 40 still to go, plus an additional lap. Pauline Van Praet has dropped to the back of the field. I don't think the Dams Racing driver, the 135 from Belgium, maybe taking any further participation. Didn't make it out of sector number 3 and cross the finish line. Five and a quarter minutes still to go. The chess games continue here in Minimax and Minimax Rookie. Keep your eyes on Maxime Becker. Rory Armstrong now 7th and climbing. There's only one Mini Rookie in the top 6, and that is the driver in 5th. That is Finn Albert Jorgensen. So effectively, that could be a win for him in that class. Jack Freeman was dominant and showcased real prowess at Ostricourt. Pauline Van Praet, I'm afraid to say, is out on lap 6 of this race. Lambers was just a fraction under a 10th behind Jacob Ashcroft after 8 laps. 4.5 minutes to go. Felipe Perez looked for a dive up the inside on Lambers through into turn number 9, but it was not close enough. Sweeps through into turn 10 at Cafe Corner. And this, folks, is Minimax Pack Racing at its finest. Lunge through the final corner. Felipe Perez gets through on Lars Lambers. Keep your eyes on Alexander Van Meeuwen right behind the number 142. And Lambers nearly got squeezed up the inside by Alexander Van Meeuwen, who holds on to 4th. It's 2nd, 3rd and 4th, a trio in a row heading into turn 6. Finn Albert Jorgensen has got the ringside seat and still at this moment holds the fastest lap of the race, completed on lap 8. Look at how close they are coming through turn 7 and into turn 8 between Felipe Perez, Lars Lambers, Alexander Van Meeuwen, and the leading Mini Rookie driver at this moment, Denmark's Finn Albert Jorgensen in the 165. Jack Freeman now has made his way up to 16th, 1 place away from breaking into the top 15. We'll have Jakub Kubera from the Czech Republic to deal with, and he's just making his way through into turn 12. Ashcroft now expands his lead to nearly 3.5 tenths of a second after what is now 10 laps. And again, it's a stalemate between 2nd, 3rd and 4th, with 5th waiting in the wings, ready to strike at a moment's notice, as Finn Albert Jorgensen very quickly looked up the inside through turn 6. on Alexander Van Meeuwen for that 4th place. And still, guess who's going to get second in this race? I can't even put a prediction down. But Alexander Van Meeuwen is again hustling Lars Lambers, who in turn is hustling. Well, Alexander Van Meeuwen, who in turn is hustling Felipe Reyes. 2 minutes to go. And still, no one has made the first move. Felipe Reyes defending quite sternly. Out of turn 2, into turn 3. Now, for those that might remember, cast you back to Racing Kart JPR at Ostrikor. Jack Freeman, I think, was that close to possibly getting a first ever overall Mini-Max victory as a rookie driver. Alexander Van Meeuwen up the inside. Lars Lambers loses 3rd place to the 127 from GKS Lemons Power. Of course, the team based out of this circuit, inaugurated by Mr. Paul Lemons himself, has run the likes of Robin Freins and Jensen Button, to name but a couple of drivers that have made it through the ranks of GKS. As Alexander Van Meeuwen keeping a hold of 3rd. Keep your eyes on Maxime Becker in 6th place at the moment. Jenthimunen recovering, now up to 12th place at this juncture. But now, Lambers up the inside, through for P3 on Van Meeuwen. Jorgensen was possibly looking to stick the nose up the inside of the 127 through turn 6 onto the Europalan. But at this time, that is not happening. And Maxime Becker was looking up the inside of Finn Albert Jorgensen to get into P5, but had to wait. Ten seconds to go on the timer. And now, as we cross the line to complete lap number 13, out of 15, it's 2 to go. Timer hits 0 right now. Van Meeuwen now knows he's got this, about 3/4 of a lap plus an additional lap to try and get past Lars Lambers once again for that 3rd place. So, Kieran Stewart and Vitek Kubera, unfortunately due to the earlier red flag, were out. Pauline Van Preet from Belgium out on lap 6. Tristan Abils being the last of the 28 runners and riders on the circuit as Finn Albert Jorgensen trying to tee up a move on Alexander Van Meeuwen. Leaders make their way through turn 10 for the penultimate time here on lap number 14 out of 15. Jack Freeman now rounds out the top 15 behind Lieke van Berkel and Victor Reitz. But one more lap to go. Ashcroft leading. Gap between him and Felipe Reyes, 0.178 seconds. Now into turn 3, turn 4, and now turn 5, the last of the triple left-handers on the 15th and final lap. Ashcroft defends into turn 6. Felipe Reyes takes the slightly tighter line. He's looking to the inside down the Europalan to get through for the race lead. All sideways from Ashcroft. They come together and Lambers gets through. So does Van Meeuwen. Finn Albert Jorgensen nearly gets through. He does now. So Felipe Reyes with that late lunge through turn 7 has just cost Jacob Ashcroft the race victory. But it's Lars Lambers leading the way into turn 10 for the final time. And who would have thought this might have happened? A late lunge from Felipe Reyes means that out of the final corner, winning the day 1 pre-final from Belgium, it's the 1-4-2 of Lars Lambers that wins the race. Second, Alexander Van Meeuwen. And well done to a very, very happy Finn Albert Jorgensen, who takes P3. Nearly getting caught up in the crossfire was the young Dane from RS Competition. I know his dad is going to be absolutely beside himself after that one. Jacob Ashcroft takes fourth ahead of Felipe Reyes. Maxime Becker, Rory Armstrong started all the way down in 15th. The youngster from County Down and Northern Ireland recovered 8 places and finished in 7th. Thomas Verheyen, Tom Reed and Vic van Kampenhout, who started 20th, rounds out the top 10. How's about that for a change in the playbook? Maria Roberto, Jette Moonen, Lieke van Berkel, Jack Freeman, Bram van der Weken, Jakob Kubera, Victor Reutz, Samir Paul, Ryan Rivers and Zega Fransens round out the top 20. Tristan Shays, Jonathan Falkenberg, Jeff Verbeek, Liam Herbos, Benedictas Masiokas, Daniel Ferguson and Jensen Walker with Tristan Abeels are the 28 drivers that completed all 15 laps. Unfortunately, Pauline Van Preet out on lap 6 with Kieran Stewart and Vitek Kubera. I hope they're both okay. Medical team was on site, but how's about that? Lars Lambers picks up his first win of the BNL Karting Series season in 2023.
In de tent, mag ze niet meer aan.
We now get underway with our day 1 pre-final for Junior Rotax. Here is your starting grid. It's an all-Belgian front row. It's Boluet versus Ruben Verheyen. Behind them, Timo Jungling and Luca Brima round out row 2. Mateo Radenkovic and Thomas Ingram Hill. That's row 3. Row 4, Krik Noren and Thomas Behrman. Knut Nielsen and Kasper Schormans round out the top 10. Adam Eckstein, Boris Maximov, Martin Lischner, Cameron Nelson, Max Cuthbert, Olivier Jonkers, Callum Gauche, Thijs van Wijk, Mate Koberhidze, Kaz Tobben, round out the top 20. Laura Bubenova, Armand Hamilton, Freddie Ingram, Philip Lenk, Archie Buttle, Dave Stevens, Kenneth van Morkerke, Matthias Jellerup, Vlad Tomichuk, Tino Sidler, Sebastian Koch, Max Sidursky, Maxim Smith, Mika van der Pavert and Jake Menton round out the 35-strong grid. Van der Pavert and Menton picked up a 3-place penalty during timed qualifying as a result of incurring a front-fairing penalty. The red lights are ignited on the starting gantry once again. Couple of stragglers at the back end of the field as the drivers get themselves ready. It's Louet on pole, Verheyen alongside on the front row. Lights are out. First time of asking. Louet goes across to the left to keep Verheyen at bay, and there's a bit of a melee in the middle. It's 5 wide. Looks like there was a little bit of contact for Thomas Behrman as someone going high, wide and handsome around the outside of turn number 4 on the opening tour, but Louet hits the front. 3-4 abreast, all bit of a scrabble through turn 6. Back end of that, I think I might have spotted possibly Callum Gauche in the number 288 as they come through into turn number 8 on the first time. So Louet leads. Youngling looks to be in second. As now they make their way out of turn number 11. Hive of activity from 4th backwards. As out of the final corner, Louet will lead after lap number 1 by 2.5 tenths ahead of Germany, ahead of Timo Youngling from the UK. Father originally from Germany, now based these days out of London. Oh, squabble and a half coming out of turn 2. I've just spotted out of the corner of my eye. I counted at least 6 or 7 karts involved in that. Plenty of sends happening into turn 6 off of the Europlan, being one of the Trinity kart drivers. Mate Kobahidze, the Georgian driver, currently back now into 19th where he started. May have made a couple of moves in the meantime. So Louet keeping Youngling at bay, along with Krik Knoren. Now, Knoren started 7th and was 3rd after the opening lap as everyone tried to battle for the same amount of real estate. As Youngling goes for the lead, gets it through turn 2 by using the slipstream and getting past Louet. Timo Youngling at the moment in the championship standings currently sits 4th on 555 points. Louet on 568. Radenkovic, who is currently in 4th place. Shormans, who qualified. Oh, all right, change for the lead again. This time through turn 9. Louet sends it late up the inside of Youngling, gets through. Oh, Radenkovic sideways through turn 10 whilst trying to get past Krik Knoren, and it worked. Ruben Verheyen, in the meantime, is battling away with Kasper Schormans, amongst others, whilst they've got Knoren. Right, now who is behind? Well, Thomas Behrman is there behind Knud Nielsen, who is about 2 tenths behind Kasper Schormans. Now through into turns 5 and 6 they go. Change for 4th. Schormans through on Knoren. Behrman now looking for 5th. Into turn number 7 and 8 they go. So a few drivers have made some moves. Laura Bubanova up from 21st. The young Slovakian now up into 17th behind Max Cuthbert. But now the train is starting to elongate at the front end of the field. Moves are being made. Youngling has lost second. Is he going to lose third? Shormans is to his inside down the start-finish straight. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't happen. But there's the change for the lead. Radenkovic through on Louette, through turn 2. Now the fight really begins. Battle lines have been drawn. Youngling losing third. Behrman up the inside of Shormans, who squeezes him to the inside of the Europolan, but Behrman's through for third. Brilliant work there from the youngster from Chelmsford, but no, Shorman's off the track. Shorman's off the track, and somebody else, that's the 2-8-5, that's Knud Nielsen, and he's beached on the curbs on the outskirts of turn 8. Oh, it was going to come to blows into turn 7. Shormans and Nielsen come together. More dramas there for Ruben Verheyen. Back axle up in the air through turn 10. But this has allowed, in the meantime, the battle between Boluet and Matej Radenkovic. It starts once again. Louette currently on 568 points. Radenkovic on 580. And that is a real shame for Knud Nielsen. That was coming out of turn 8. Well, coming out of turn 7 at the chicane off of the Europolan. Louette trying to carry the momentum through the corners. And he's pointing. He's pointing at Radenkovic, saying, come on, man, get on with it. Let's get away and have a battle. I don't want Thomas Behrman closing in on us. Well, Thomas Behrman, in years past, in races past, that just goes to show how much these two drivers want to win. Now, let's look at Grand Finals tickets, shall we, in a moment, as Thomas Ingram Hill round the outside at turn number 4 on Krit Knorren. That was for 4th place. Thomas, that was awesome. That was awesome, mate. Well done. You don't see it often, but when it happens, it's a beaut right there. So, Grand Finals ticket situations. Radenkovic has already got one. European champion. Kasper Schormans, the inaugural Rotax Max Challenge Asia Festival winner at Langkawi last year after Portimao. Timo Youngling already has a ticket because he finished 3rd in the European Championship this year. Boluet, however, hasn't got one. And you can see what it means to be driven, what it means to be motivated. And Boluet has just showed his side of intent, saying that Shormans and Radenkovic, you're going to have to fight me all the way to tomorrow afternoon. Shormans now through on Thomas Ingram Hill, side by side a little bit further back. I think I spotted Thijs van Wijk and Armand Hamilton. Now, Hamilton had a difficult qualifying, qualified 22nd, and now is running in the top 10. Now we see the Behrman effect. Yes, that means he's closing on those in front. Shormans has the fastest lap of the race, 55.727 seconds. We've got one in the barriers. Driver's okay. Kart stuck underneath the tyre, the foam barriers off of turn number 6. But at the front of the field, change again for the race lead. Louette passed by Radenkovic. Thomas Behrman waiting for his opportunity. Now through into turn 5. What's Behrman going to do? Louette looks for the move up the inside. Touches the rear bumper. That's allowed Behrman through. Will Behrman get the race lead for turn 7? No, he won't, but he will get second. I thought that might be the case. I said about the fact that Boluet is hungry and motivated. He tried to go for the move, touched the right rear of Matej Radenkovic, and it opened the floodgates for Behrman. Now look who's behind. Shawmans is there. Ingram Hill is there. Hamilton is there as well, along with Youngling. So, folks, pick a winner. Pick a winner in this race. It's damn hard to predict what's going to happen in the next 4.5 minutes, plus an additional lap. So, Radenkovic, Behrman, Loet, Shawmans, Youngling, Ingram Hill, Hamilton, 1.4 seconds covering them. There's the change for the race lead. Now the change for second. Will it be third? Oh, it was nearly like Mansell and Senna back in 1991 between Shawmans and Radenkovic. Inches, maybe even centimetres apart, wheel to wheel down the Europolar. Now change for the lead again. Loet goes through on Behrman. Now Shawmans is going to try to go to the outside. He slots in behind, looks to the inside, through into turn 10. There's Hamilton through on Youngling. That could allow Thomas Ingram Hill to get through. Yes, it has. Shawmans goes for second through turn 12. Gets it. Gets past Behrman. Radenkovic now looking to the inside of the 2:59 from Chelmsford in Essex. This is what you want. This is what you want at the final round of the season. You want drivers at the limit of adhesion, at the peak of their powers. And what we're having is a direct correlation to that is some fantastic racing. Hamilton pulls out from behind Radenkovic. Up the inside he goes. That's fourth. That's fourth for the driver running under a Hungarian flag. Dad is from Hungary, but also there is some Australian pride behind that visor as well. Oh, Loet. Loet completely sideways whilst battling away with Shawmans, who's now got the race lead. It's game on, folks. Hamilton looking towards the outside of Behrman to get the undercut through into turn number 12 with 2 minutes and 35 seconds to go. Now the slipstream dogfight happens. Now it starts. Now the concertina effect. Radenkovic sends it up the inside. He catches out Thomas Ingram Hill. Oh, another hip check. That time from Timo Youngling. Radenkovic has dropped down towards the back part of the top 8, top 9 drivers. As a result of that exchange, he started the chain reaction and was not the beneficiary of it. That just goes to show you make one slight mistake and all of a sudden your plan goes to pot. Now a launch up the inside of Behrman. That's Hamilton. There's Youngling. Who else is with them? I think that might have been the 246. Thijs van Wijk. There's Radenkovic. Oh, it's really starting to get a bit hot under the collar. And as they say, anyone might... Oh, 5-second time penalty. 5-second time penalty for Max Cuthbert. 2:34. Another Essex lad as well. Oh, crikey. There's quite a few of us about, including the one in the commentary box. Right. Let's get back to it, shall we? Boris Maximov is trying to get stuck in here as well. Oh, that is not how you try and overtake, I'm afraid. Number 272, Crick Noran, getting a bit overzealous, tapping the back of Thomas Ingram Hill as we head into the final 60 seconds, plus an additional lap of this race. Thomas Behrman closing in on Armand Hamilton. They've cleared away from those behind, and they are being led by, let's take a look out the window, shall we? They're being led by Timo Youngling. Oh, right. Thijs van Wijk is just behind. You've got Thomas Ingram Hill amongst others. And that's 6 drivers battling over 5th place. Onto the penultimate lap we go. Shawmans has a lead of 6/10 ahead of Boluet. Boluet has really helped himself in this first race at multiple points, has led it. As we now head into turn... Oh, careful. Number 246, Van Wijk, gets through on Youngling. Radenkovic gets through, does he? Yes, he does. Behind them, they've got the likes of Dave Stevens, amongst others. So there are quite a few drivers that are in contention. There's 6 of them in total, really going for it. And it's the 246 of Thijs van Wijk that leads that battle at the moment. Last lap board is out. Casper Shawmans, the 240, based out of Born, which which is actually saying about being born, but it is actually the name of a town here in the Limburg region, just over the border in the Netherlands. He leads by half a second exactly to the decimal point in front of Boluet. Armand Hamilton, Thomas Behrman, Mateo Radenkovic now rounds out the top 5. Youngling has dropped to 7th. But Thomas Behrman might try something cheeky in the next couple of corners. He has shown good prowess before, has Thomas good speed, but winning the pre-final on day number 1. He looks over his right shoulder heading into turn 12. From the Netherlands, it's the 240 Casper Schormans who wins the pre-final on day 1. Boluet has given himself every possibility to not only fight for a grand finals ticket, but also fight for the overall title by finishing in 2nd after that race. Armand Hamilton, Thomas Behrman, Mateo Radenkovic, Thijs van Wijk, Timo Youngling, Krit Knorren, Thomas Ingram Hill and Boaz Maximov round out the top 10. Dave Stevens, Olivia Yonkers, Archie Buttle, Max Cuthbert, Cameron Nelson, Freddie Ingram, Tino Sidler, Slovakia's Laura Bubenova, Jake Menton and Luca Brima round out the top 20. Mika van der Pavert, Callum Gosh, Mate Kobehidze, Max Sidursky, Martin Lischner, Sebastian Koch, Vlad Tominchuk, Maxim Smith, Philip Lenk, Adam Eckstein, Kenneth van Mokerke, Kaz Tobben, Matthias Jallerup and Knud Nielsen round out 34 out of 35 drivers that made it to the flag, with Ruben Verheyen unfortunately retiring on lap 7.
Weekendów na pole.
Ponad 50% na chujowe kobiety, bez stawki. Lepiej chyba szybciej niż ten. Już pierdol niż na cień się odrodzi jakoś lepiej.
A bo chyba się obudzą.
Nie, obudzi się nie obudzą, to musi jednak.
Tak, chyba się nie obudzą. Ten cały zdechło, zaorany.
Now we go to our penultimate pre-final of the season. It's DD2 and DD2 Masters. Here's the starting grid. On overall pole position, it was just 83 thousandths in it in time qualifying this morning. Enzo Boll and SP Motorsport teammates and the points leader coming into this final round of the season, Tom Bracken. They are on the front row. But it's the pair of Uno Mas, Nicolas Guillaume and Maxime Dirix, who's going to be doing LMP3 testing next week at Hockenheim. The Sheepers Racing crew round out row number 2. Jules Cousin will be joined by Poland's David Maslakovic on row 3. Nikolai Christensen and Karl Klebor, the leading two DD2 Masters drivers in time qualifying. That's row 4. Lennart Schreiber and Nikita Genza complete the top 10. Yuri Klebor, Jan Eckstein, Kian de Brandt, Dominic Hummels, Carl Gustav Borgard, Dimitri Ostrovsky, Andreas Neumann, Lukas Dolizal, Jan Frost and Kamil Kubera round out the 20-strong grid. With driver number 105, Minimax to sport to the stewards. That's 105. The stewards immediately, please. Thank you. So the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry once again at the home of champions. Enzo Boll and Tom Bracken. Good friends off track, hard rivals on it. Had a chat with the pair of them just yesterday. They're in good spirits ahead of this final round of the season. It's been nip and tuck between the pair. But who tomorrow will be our DD2 champion? Who will take the DD2 Masters crown? Will it be four over the last nearly decade and a half for Karl Klebor? Right, red lights on the gantry. Revs rise. Lights are out first time. Oh, what a switch there from Nicolas Guillaume. Manages to get through past Tom Bracken. Nicolas Guillaume really has come of age this season. And by that eclectic start that the 444 just did, Maxime Dirix through on Tom Bracken. Bracken down to 4th through turn 6 onto the Europlan. You can see that all four drivers at the front end of the field are very much fired up and ready to give it their all. So Jules Cousin rounding out the top 5, the Frenchman with Dams Racing. As Karl Klebor looks up the inside on Nikolai Christensen for the DD2 Masters class lead. Heading into Cafe Corner at turn 10, looks through again at turn 12, but there's no room in the I'm afraid, Karl Klebor. But Enzo Boll leads after lap 1, and the two Sheepers Racing drivers, Nicolas Guillaume and Maxime Dirix, must be giving Wesley Vandenberg kittens right about now. Bracken sweeps to the outside of turn 6, leans as far as he dare to the right-hand side and slingshots right up the inside. Oh, goes a little bit deep into turn 7. Dirix trying to get through, and Jules Cousin is waiting in the wings. However, in the meantime, whilst that's all happened, oh, dearie me, Tom Bracken cuts across the front of Maxime Dirix. Going down into turn 10. And Dirix sends it through turn 12. And Jules Cousin could do the pair of them. The Frenchman up the inside. C'est fantastique. Jules Cousin mugs the pair of them, gets 2 for the price of 1. As Dirix opened the door, Cousin went for it. Absolutely brilliant. And what's more, Tom, Maxime, look who's on your tail. Oh, this is shades of 2019 all over again, when a certain Karl Klebor picked up the Rotax Belgian Max Challenge and BNL Karting Series DD2 Masters crown in the same season. Incredible from Jules Cousin from France. Jan Dams, how's those pearly whites looking right now? I'm sure he's got a big old smile as David Maslakovic looks up the inside. Now, David, you've got to realise you're battling with someone who's got a lot of experience And now we have a change back for third. Bracken through on Cousin. Now Bracken has got to put those moments past behind him and concentrate on what is important, and is catching the two in front. Cousin was 1.7 seconds behind Guillaume coming across the line. So now out of turn number 9 again. Bracken holding on to third. Cousin between him and Didix. What's Didix going to do now? Launches it up the inside through turn 12. Exactly what Didix did to Bracken a couple of laps ago. And now Cousin right on the rear exhaust pipe of Maxime Didix, not giving the 499 an opportunity to breathe. 9 minutes still to go. Enzo Boll on course. Oh, very, very hairy moment there coming out of turn 6 on the Europolan. Not too sure who that might have been. Possibly could have been, maybe could have been Nikolai Christensen, because he is ahead, well, he's behind Nikita Genza. As Jules Cousin hits the anchors into turn 10, the front end just snaps to the right-hand side, and he gets it dialed in on a sixpence. So, fastest lap of this race now, Tom Bracken, 54.077. And he's got that gap down to P2 to 1.44. Nikolai Christensen has got past on Nikita Genza and now has David Maslakovic about 5/10 of a second up the road. Seven minutes and 45 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. Let me tell you this. Boll might have a lead of 8/10 ahead of Guillaume. Guillaume looking for his best finish of the season so far. Recently turned 17. And I think, Wesley, thank you very much a few weeks ago by saying that new stickers had been ordered. So the Uno Mas Malaga stickers are back on Nicolas Guillaume's race helmet and front fairing. I think that he's got to do that through the rest of his racing career. The Uno Mas sticker is his good luck charm. When it fades, it doesn't go quite so well, does it? Tom Bracken again has put in another flying lap. 54.060 seconds for the 418 from SP Motorsport. Gap now down to a second and a quarter. That gap is reducing every single lap as Bracken now closes in on Nicolas Guillaume. Guillaume looks over his right shoulder. Gap was 1.2. Now it's under a second. And there is Didix with Cousin. Clerbaud still leading the way in DD2 Masters. Dominic Hummels currently running at this moment while looking at it from this perspective. In DD2 Masters, Clerbaud is leading the class in 6th. Christensen 8th. Schreiber, Ostrovsky, then Hummels. Well, that poses a little bit of a problem because that will mean that Karl Clerbaud will extend a slender advantage over Dominic Hummels. Now, it's 55 points for a race win. If I remember correctly, so 55 points for a win, 52 for second, 50 for third. We've got 40 tonight. That's 48 points. So 7 points further advantage that Karl Clerbaud will have over Dominic Hummels. Because no matter what happens, when you consider where Nicolas Picot is at the moment, well, it's between Hummels and Clerbaud, I think, for the title now. 5.25 minutes still remaining. Personal best of the race so far from Maxime Didix. 54.132 seconds. Other personal bests occurring. David Maslakovic, Carl Gustav Borgard, and Dmitry Ostrovsky. Ostrovsky within 7/10, give or take, of Lennart Schreiber in the 5:24. Now the gap has closed significantly. On that last tour alone, Tom Bracken took over 3.2 of a second out of Nicolas Guillaume. Guillaume has now got to start defending. There's 4.5 minutes still remaining, plus an additional lap in this pre-final. On day number 1 in DD2 and DD2 Masters, Bracken is a kart length behind. He's now closing in centimetre by centimetre, inch by inch. They come out of turn number 11. The gap between them is about a kart length. That roughly equates to about 1/10.5 of a second, if that. Enzo Boll now completes lap number 10. And there is Bracken. Up the inside, he was 0.126 behind Nicolas Guillaume. And through at turn 2 on lap number 11, Bracken made the move. And Guillaume responds straight back at him. But round the outside, Bracken had Nicolas Guillaume's number right there. But Guillaume is staying with him. Was a little bit sideways on the entry into turn number 8. I'm sure that Nicolas Guillaume had his foot fully planted to the throttle. Great control from the 444 at that point. So, coming up to the final 3 minutes, whilst Bracken and Guillaume are battling. Keep your eyes on the driver in fourth, the 499 of Maxime Dirix. And again, Bracken not getting away from Guillaume. This could be a storyline right here. And Dirix could also factor in. Let's not forget, no championship is 100% guaranteed until everything has been said and done and the dust has settled, the results have been confirmed. That's when you know it finally sinks in. Every single one of the 12 1,360 metre laps that we've completed have been led from lights out to this point by Enzo Boll. Maxime Dirix, I know for a fact, well, him and Nicolas Guillaume, they're very good mates. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if there's a signal to Nico saying, you know what, Maxime's catching you up. Can you let him through, please? There may be a team order at some point, and that could be quite prevalent later on in the weekend, depending how the results pan out over the course of the final 4 races of the season, including this one. 90 seconds still to go on the timer, and Enzo Boll is nearly a second and a half up the road from Tom Bracken. Still plentiful sunshine here on Saturday afternoon at the home of champions. As on to lap number 13 we go with 1 minute and 10 still remaining on the timer. And Dirix is closing on to the back bumper of teammate Nicolas Guillaume, heading into turn 6 onto the European they go. Dirix about a kart length behind. Into turn 7. Timer is fast running out, 35 seconds still to go. So 2 more laps remain after this one. 14 laps completed. On to lap 15 out of 16 we go. Enzo Boll leading by 1.169 seconds. And there is Maxime Dirix. He got through on Nico, and I don't think Nico was expecting it. He thought, well, I'll try and keep Maxim at bay. Maxim just went, you know what, I'm going to get you. And he did. Proof in the pudding, hooking the inside sidewall onto the inside curbing of turn number 2. Inspired work there, Mr. Didix. Timer has now officially expired. That is it. After this, 1.36 kilometers to negotiate around this 12-turn iconic circuit here at the home of champions. World famous and iconic in its own right. Last lap board now will be shown on the start-finish line as Enzo Boll leads an SP Motorsport 1-2. Despite drama's early doors, Tom Bracken in second, Didix third, Guillaume fourth, Cousin. Clebor looking to pick up a race win in DD2 Masters. And what's more interesting to the point, folks, Carl Clebor has not picked up a class win this season. The highest he's been was the pre-final on day 1 at Ostrico back in August. I still remember in 2020, well, it was either 2020 or 2021. No, 2019, he had an 8-win streak on the bounce. Came to the final round, first pre-final, streak is gone. But one more corner now remains for Enzo Boll. The 404 for SP Motorsport. Powers out of the final corner. Boll wins at Belgium for race 1 out of 4. Bracken second, Didix third, Guillaume fourth, Cousin and Proficiat Carl Clebor in 6th position, picking up his first DD2 Masters win of the season. It's been a long time coming, but on race number 13 out of 16, Carl Clebor picks up a class win. David Maslakovic takes 7th ahead of Nikita Genzer with Carl Gustav Borgard and Nikolai Christiansen. Christiansen finishing 2nd in DD2 Masters. Jan Eckstein. Dmitry Osovsky rounds out the top 3 in DD2 Masters, finishing 12th ahead of Leonard Schreiber, Jori Clebor, Dominic Hummels, Andreas Neumann, Kian de Brandt, Jan Frost, Camille Kubera and Lucas Dolizal rounding out the 20-strong grid, all making it to the checkered flag after 16 laps. So that concludes the first bit of racing action here for the penultimate day of the 2023 BNL Karting Series season. Here at Karting Genk, the home of champions, we're going to go to a little bit of a break here as at 2:30 this afternoon, we get back underway with the second barrage of senior Rotax heats, so Heat 3 and Heat 4. Get the first set of day finals out of the way with Minis, Juniors and DD2 and DD2 Masters, followed for the final 2 heats. But folks, I just want to bring a little bit of attention to a certain event happening at the tail end of this month. Of course, the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival and the Rotax Max Challenge Golden Trophy take place between the 27th and the 29th of October, right here at the home of champions. We have over 160 total registrations. Minimax is filling up. They're nearly at 50. We're nearly at half the capacity grid of 72 drivers for Micromax. There are tickets on the cart. There's tickets on the table for the event winner for Micro, event winner for Mini. The remainder of the Rotax racing family for juniors, seniors, DD2 and DD2 will take Masters will take part in the Golden Trophy. We will keep you updated through the BNL social medias with regards to possible tickets for this year's Grand Finals. Entries are open. Over 160 drivers registered. 27th to the 29th of October. Don't miss out. Head to rotax-ems.com/BEL1 or by the use of convenience of the Rotax Global app, use your smartphone and get yourselves registered before time and spaces run out. Let's get underway with heat number 3 of senior road tax here at the BNL Karting Series. It's heat 3, groups A versus D, and here is your starting grid. Pole position, it's Kai Rilets from Martin Gaiskens, who lines up alongside the 374 on the front row. Ethan Jeff Hall and Benjamin Van Hees will be on row 2. Dion Van Verven, Vic Stevens, Sverre Ubben, Sean Butcher, Neil Hendricks and Austin Lee complete the top 10. René de Bruyke, Mario Sidler, Milan Coppens, Days Dams, Enzo Dickenberg, Julian Sednica, Dante Sima, Adrian Hoa, Frederick Demant and Mads Larsen round out the 20-strong grid. So the red lights ignite on the starting gantry once again as we get to the halfway point of the heats. And so far today, it's been one win apiece between Kai Rilets and Kai Hunter. Rilets leading and winning the first heat ahead of Jaden Teen and Ethan Jeff Hall, who completed the top 3. In heat 2, it was Kai Hunter ahead of Sean Butcher and very big surprise from Luke Neeson, who really showcased his prowess in the previous race. But we rip up the form book, start it all over again in this 3rd out of 6 heats. Right, one has just dived into the pit lane, so we're going to be starting with 19 competitors as the field makes its way out of the final corner. Lights go out, first time of asking. And once again, like we saw in heat number 1, well, Sean Butcher's gone very, very wide. You look to the outside at turn 2. I think he might have made up a couple of positions, maybe even make that 3. We'll make that 2 because he started 8th. Rilets and Jeff Hall again, like they did in the opening heats earlier on today, made good their intentions and got through. Butcher now up into 5th place and charging forward. He's ahead of, looks to be the 925 of Benjamin Van Hees. Sverre Ubben not too far behind them either. Neil Hendricks has dropped to the back part of the top 10 as Austin Lee has got past him for 9th place. Adrian Hoa past Enzo Dickenberg for 16th. As Rilets leads the field into turn number 12 to complete the opening lap. Lap 1 in the books, and it is 3.5 tenths of a second. That is the advantage that Rilets has over Jeff Hall, Van Verven, Stevens, and Butcher. They complete your top 5. And it was Mads Larsen that didn't take the stop, pulled into the pit lane before we even got going. Oh, someone's got a noisy exhaust, I think. I just heard. And that is one driver coming through out of turn number 6 now, I believe. But Rilets leads the field down from turn 9 into 10. So Martin Gaiskens was at the front end of the field, now running in 8th place. Will be closed in on by Austin Lee, unless the 372 from Germany has got through, which is the case. So Enzo Dickenberg and René de Bruyke down at the back end of the field. Butcher now gets through on Stevens at turn number 6. That is for 4th on the road. So he's got a couple of more drivers to contend with in front of him before there's only one left to chase down, and that will be Kai Gillerts. And good to hear from F1 Studios. Bom dia, as they say in Brazil. 9:35 in the morning. And really nice comment saying, I'm going to Cartodromo in Brazil in a few days. This video gives me the inspiration for driving. Lovely to hear that. Gillerts now leads by half a second as Dion van Verven on cue. His favourite overtaking spot. Turn 2 and gets through on Ethan Jeff Hall for second place. Sean Butcher looking to show his best foot forward. Just behind them, Sverre Ubben in 6th is setting the fastest lap of the race. 54.699. Ethan Jeff Hall returns the favour to Dion van Verven. Gets through at turn 7 onto the chicane off of the Europalaan. And Sverre Ubben having a lot more luck this time around, closing in on Ethan Jeff Hall for 5th place. Ahead of Vic Stevens for 5th place. Ahead of him, it's Butcher, Van Verven, and Jeff Hall. But Gillerts will now come across the line, completes the next lap, lap 4. It's a dogfight. Sverre Ubben getting up the inside of Vic Stevens, gets through. And Sean Butcher trying to get past on Dion van Verven. And it was Rune de Broeke that had the noisy exhaust. There's the change for 3rd. Butcher through on Van Verven. Now Vic Stevens returns the favour to Sverre Ubben. This time through turn 7. And with 2 minutes and 47 seconds remaining on the timer, Gillerts has checked out. His lead over Ethan Jeff Hall, 1.6 seconds. Second, third and fourth split by nothing. Oh, Butcher up the inside. Oh, Van Verven. That was a parlour from the 377. Butcher went through on Ethan Jeff Hall. Van Verven went, I'm going to do the pair of you at the same time in the same corner. Did exactly what he thought. That allowed Vic Stevens to get through, as well as Sverre Ubben. There's Austin Lee just behind Ethan Jeff Hall. So that will be the battle for 6th place. Austin Lee closing in on the 397. So Rune de Broeke out of the race. Mads Larsen pulling into the pits before we'd even gone and started. So Gillerts leading. His gap was 2.4 seconds after the last lap. Now what is it? After all that, that's 2.275 seconds is the lead that Kai Gillerts currently has over Dion van Verven. Sverre Ubben has the fastest lap of the race so far, 54.699 seconds. And he's closing in once again on Vic Stevens for what is 4th place on the road. A little bit further back. Some battling between looks like Milan Coppens and Julian Sednica from Belgium and Austria, respectively. Sverre Ubben leading the train in the battle for 4th position. Austin Lee waiting for his time to get through on Ethan Jeff Hall as Sean Butcher and Dion van Verven. There's the move from Austin Lee. Austin Lee is just taking a leaf out of the book of Dion van Verven. Stevens went up the inside. Well, he goes up the inside of the 372 into turn 2. Austin Lee will keep a hold of the position ahead of Ethan Jeff Hall, but up the inside of him, Benjamin Van Hees, another driver on a CRG chassis. But it's getting to be a bit dicey. Daysdams, Martin Gaiskens, Mario Sedler right at the back end of this train. And with no time left on the board, we've got one more lap to go after this one. As Enzo Dickenberg crosses the start-finish line. A lap down. Gillerts gets the last lap board. And now it's Dion van Verven and Sean Butcher battling it over second position. 2.3 seconds was the gap between Van Verven and Butcher. Well, Van Verven and Vreelerts. Oh, it's getting a bit close for comfort. There's Miel Hendricks stuck between a rock and a hard place through the exit of turn number 3. And 2 battles happening. Austin Lee versus Ethan Jeff Hall. Austin Lee gets through down the Europalan and stays ahead into turn 7. Leader now making his way into the 10th and final corner. Kai Rilletz again has shown that being on pole position does you every single favour. You are not scrapping. You are not battling. You are not fighting. But what you're doing is pulling away. It's 2 for 2 for the Belgian hero. Dion van Verven, second position ahead of Sean Butcher by 54 thousandths of a second. Rilletz also takes the fastest lap. Sverre Ubben wins the battle for 4th and was nearly 4 seconds up the road from Vic Stevens in 5th. Benjamin Van Hees, Austin Lee, Ethan Jeff Hall, Days Dams, Martin Gaiskens. They round out the top 10. Miel Hendricks, Mario Sidler, Adrien Roy, Dante Sima, Frederick Demant, Milan Coppens and Julian Sednica rounding out the 17. We're still waiting for Enzo Dickenberg to probably cross the line, but hasn't come through to break the timing beam as of yet. We'll finish a couple of laps down, and Enzo out of the final corner will cross the line. Rune de Broeke out on lap 2. And Mads Larsen not even getting to the start, but 2 for 2 for Hiller so far out of 3 heats. What's going to happen in heat 4? We now come to 2/3 of the way through the senior road tax heats here at the BNL Karting Series. It's Heat 4, Groups B versus C. Here is your starting grid. Kaz Boshuis and Tobias Billy Clausen will be on the front row. Row 2, Belgium's Vincent van Kerkhoven. He'll be joined by the UK's Kai Hunter on row 2. Benjamin de Mant from Denmark and Montego Masson from Germany ran at row 3. It's an all-Dutch row 4 with Jaden Teen and Luke Neeson. It's an all-French row 5, thereby completing the top 10, courtesy of Paul Fouquemin and Jules Roussel. Tommy van der Stroys and Puck Gowels are on row 6, ahead of Lawrence Herboz and Sam Bergstein, who complete row 7. Jod van Wijk, Jake Bezelbeck, Scott Westhovens, Ralph van der Pevert, Karol Kaminski, and Gussie van Gorp ran out the 20-strong grid. And once again, for the 4th time out of 6 today, it's 7 minutes plus an additional lap on the timer. So, will we have 2 drivers having taken 2 heat wins so far today? Kai Hillitz has already picked up 2. Kai Hunter, on the outside of row 2, has a very good chance. We saw his performance back at Ostricourt in the middle of August, where even with a drama where he dropped to 8th in the final on day 2, he still came back firing and romped away with it into the distance. It's like he was trying to catch an early Euro tunnel back to the UK that weekend. Drivers weaving from side to side between turns 9 and 10, with Kaz Boshuis in the CRG, Tobias Billy Clausen on the OTK, the Tony Kart chassis running under Robert Schlunzen's team, RS Competition, based out of Vojens in Denmark. And then GKS Lemons Power, represented by Vincent van Kerkhoven. And Dan Holland Racing's very own Kai Hunter, rounding out the top 4. Also keep your eyes on Jaden Teen. He finished in the top 3 in his opening heat this weekend. So the young man from the Netherlands will be one to factor in. He's really found a resurgence having joined DHR. So Boshuis and Clausen on the front row. Drivers at a crawl as they now make their way towards the 12th and final corner. Into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Lights are out first time. And straight away, the field fans out. And Hunter trying to get round the outside of Tobias Billy Clausen, who goes up the inside of Kaz Boshuis through turn 3 to try and take the race lead. But the Dane unable to make it stick. He's got Hunter and Jaden Teen. Jaden Teen with a rocket ship start for, oh, well, someone's had a big old off. And that's off of turn number 6. Driver out of the cart. Oh, please don't tell me that's Ralph van der Pavert in the 368. But driver, oh, that is Ralph. I spot the race suit. I think it might be him. Down to 19 we go already within the first 45 seconds. But now Hunter up the inside of Billy Clausen. Tobias Billy Clausen for second. Jaden Teen tried to get through at the same corner, but now we'll look for turn 2. And the 380 gets past the Dane for 3rd place. Now, Kaz Boshuis has got to make the back axle of that CRG as wide as humanly possible. Going into turn 6, Hunter looking for the move, and it is Ralph van der Pavert. I kind of thought it might have been. A little bit further back, Paul Fouquemin battling away with the likes of Luke Neeson. It's towards the bottom part of the top 10. Jod van Wijk involved. But look at the train. And it's a freight train, because it's now being led by Kai Hunter. It's a Dan Holland Racing 1-2 at the sharp end of the field. Hunter leads Teen, leads Boshuis, leads Clausen, leads Van Kerkhoven. Van der Stroys has made sure that he was not going to stay in 11th position for much longer. He now goes and slipstreams past towards the inside of Vincent van Kerkhoven, and he gets through. Montego Masson, has he got through? Yes, he has. Van Kerkhoven has to use a little bit of the runoff area. Keeps ahead of the 394 from Germany through turn number 3 and on the run to 4. And now, again, Vincent van Kerkhoven has got someone up the inside through into turn number 6. Never an easy day when you've got 3 heats to compete in. I know for a fact these drivers would rather have a pre-final and a final, but Van der Stroy's up the inside. Gets through on Boshaus, and that means the young, tall, flying Dutchman, the 354, now rockets his way from 11th to 4th before the end of lap number 3. But Hunter still leads. Teen, Clausen, now Van der Stroy's. Boshaus down to 5th. Marsen, Jort van Wijk up to 6th and 7th ahead of Vincent van Kerkhoven. Luc Nielsen, Paul Vorquemin and Jules Roussel round out the top 11. Not such a big progression for Gustav van Gorp at the moment. She's currently up into 17th place. Now Boshaus gets passed by Montego Masson into turn 6. That's the change for 5th. Now through into the exit of turn 8, into the left-hand hairpin here at turn number 9. Down the short chute into the sweeping right here at Cafe Corner, just off of the main grandstand. And there is the 333, Jort van Wijk, who kept it pinned round the outside of turn number 10 on Vincent van Kerkhoven. He's got Luc Nielsen breathing down the back of his race overalls. Hunter leads by just under 2.5 tenths of a second. New fastest lap, and now into 3rd springs Tommy van der Stroy's, the 354. Won the title as a Micromax driver. And Martin, I know you're here. I know you'll remember this when I nicknamed him Mr. Domination in 2019, and then from 10th in the field yet last year. At this point last season, Van der Stroy's came from absolutely nowhere, from the bottom of the top 10, and won the title with 1 lap to go, with 1 race to go, or on the last race of the season. That's how close it can be here in the BNL Karting Series. 2.5 minutes to go. Hunter still leads. Teen still holding station in 2nd. Very smart driving from the 2 at DHR. Jaden Teen knows that Kai Hunter is gunning for the title. Even though the fact that Jaden Teen will have his own battles to deal with over the course of the weekend. And Jaden Teen is currently 9th. He's battling with the likes of, I mean, you look at this, from Austin Lee down to Dion van Verven, there is a spread of 92 points. Jaden Teen is 455, so he is gunning for a top 5 finish in the championship standings. And that's at the very least. I think at the end of the day, Jaden Teen might be a little bit too far back, but you never know. Coming up to just over 90 seconds to go on the timer. Lap number 6 completed. Hunter, Teen, look over the right-hand shoulders. Van der Stroy's keeps his head down and sets the new fastest lap. Right then. I know somebody's going to be biting their fingernails to the quick. Martin van der Stroy's. 54.811 was the fastest lap of the race. Van der Stroy's just did that. Gap between the top 3. Oh, was that another noisy exhaust I think I just heard, possibly? Not too sure, but I'll wait to hear as they will come out of turn 9 and down into turn 10. The gap between the top 3 after 6 laps, 7 tenths. That looks to be closing the way that Van der Stroy's is really picking up the pace. Really going all guns blazing. So, 35 seconds on the timer. 2 more laps to go. Top 3 were covered by 7 tenths. It's now just over 5.5. And a new fastest lap, this time not from Van der Stroy's. No, no, no. Luc Nielsen in 8th has just put down a benchmark of a 54.676. But with half a lap, 1.5 laps still to go, anything still to play for. Will Hunter hold on to that race lead? Will Jaden Teen decide to throw caution to the wind and go for a move, or will he play rear gunner in front of Tommy van der Stroys? Hunter needs to be at the sharp end of the field, even though if he picks up 3 wins, he will be second in the ranking after heats behind Kai Rillerts, who put it on pole. Last lap out for this race. 0.468 separate the top 3. But Van der Stroys was still fractionally quicker than both Hunter. Well, Hunter by over a tenth. Jaden Teen by about 9 1/1000ths of a second. 19 drivers still circulating as our leaders make their way into turn 7 off of the Europlan for the final time. Van der Stroys still trying to close that gap to Jaden Teen. The race victory for the 354 from The Hague in the Netherlands might be out of reach, but can he put a surprise on Jaden Teen in the last couple of corners? The run to turn 12 begins now out of turn 11. One more corner remains. 2 wins for Kai Hunter, who joins Kai Rillerts. So Hunter doing a standout, sterling job from 4th on the grid to win the race by 3/10. Jaden Teen in 2nd. Van der Stroys from 11th to 3rd. Well done, Tommy. Great job there. Tobias Billy Clausen started on the outside of row number 1. Finished 4th ahead of Montego Masson, who started 6th. Vincent van Kouwhoven started 3rd, would end up 6th at the end of that one. Luc Neeson, Jules Roussel, Paul Forquemin, Lawrence Herbos, they ran out the top 10. Kaz Boshouse, Benjamin Demant, Gustav van Gorp finishes in 13th, having started last. Ahead of Puck Gubble, Sam Bergstein, Scott Westhovens, Jot van Wijk, Jake Bezelbeck and Karol Kaminski, rounding out the 19 that finished, unfortunately, due to an incident on the opening lap. Ralph van der Pavert not making it to the end of lap 1. So now we go into our first final of the weekend. It is Minimax and Minimax Rookie up first. Here's your starting grid. It's an all-Belgian front row with Lars Lambers starting from pole, and alongside him will be Alexander Van Meeuwen. Then we got Finn Albert Jorgensen, Jacob Ashcroft, Maxime Becker, Rory Armstrong, Thomas Verheyen, Tom Reed, Vic van Kampenhout, and Felipe Reyes running at the top 10. Felipe Reyes was given a 5-second time penalty post-race for a push to pass. Maria Roberto Yenthimunu will start from 11th and 12th respectively. Lieke van Berkel, Jack Freeman, Bran van der Weken, Victor Reutz, Samir Paul, Ryan Rivers, Zega Frans and Tristan Shays ran at the top 20. Rounding out the 31-strong grid will be Jeff Verbeek. Jakob Kubera was found to have used the runoff area to pass. He got a 5-second time penalty. Starts 22nd. Leon Herboz, 23rd. 24th, Jonathan Falkenberg Otto, who got a 5-second time penalty for using for a front fairing penalty post-race. And then we had Daniel Ferguson, 25th. Benedictas Masiokas, who also got hit with a penalty for using two wheels out of the tram lines on the start. Starts 26th, ahead of Jensen Walker, Pauline Van Poit, Kieran Stewart and Vitek Kubera, with Tristan Abiels actually being excluded. Well, Kieran Stewart and Vitek Kubera, not at all surprised, they're both not taking part. So Tristan Abiels rounds out the 29-strong grid. Fastest lap in the pre-final was by the 165 of Finn Albert Jorgensen, who has his overall highest starting position this season. Let's not forget. Third place for the youngster from Denmark. So 13 minutes on the timer, plus an additional lap. We get ready for what will be the halfway point of the final weekend of the championship. It's going to be close between quite a few drivers. So the field slows to a crawl, heading into turn number 12 on their formation lap. So our race director has waved the fingers, but however, we've gotten underway. Lambers leads the field going into turns 1 and 2. Van Meeuwen following behind. Ashcroft high, wide and handsome around the outside at turn 2. Uses the runoff area. So is Rory Armstrong. Armstrong up. Oh, big incident! Big incident! Felipe Reyes. I think also Yenthimunu involved in the secondary incident. So there were two two-card incidents. Felipe Reyes, all four wheels up into the air. So yellow flags. Not at all a surprise at Marshall posts 1 and 2. And Felipe Reyes out, walking across the circuit towards Marshall post 2. Full course yellow, race neutralised. So, full course yellow, they cannot be overtaking, slow down please. Oh, it was nearly 4 abreast going into turn 12. The yellow flags and the slow boards have come out. Race has been neutralised. So Ashcroft is in the lead. So let's have a look. Yenthimunu involved. I'm trying to see. Okay, right. The first incident was between Felipe Reyes and Finn Albert Jorgensen. That was the first incident. Then it caused the chain reaction that meant that Maxime Becker and Yenthimunu got caught up. Yenthimunu is standing on 2 feet. So full course yellow. Timer, however, still counts down. So 4 karts eliminated on the spot. And it has really changed things around. So at the moment, at the time that the full course yellow came out, there is going to be Right, okay. Yenthimunen being guided to the marshals at Marshal Post 2. Might have been a little bit dazed and confused after that incident. Not at all surprised. Maxime Becker, I think, is also over there. Looks to be okay, standing on his own 2 feet. So 4 carts out. That brings us down to 25 drivers. Ashcroft from Lambers, Van Meeuwen, Armstrong, Reed, Van Kampenhout, Verheyen, Freeman, Van Berkel, Reutz, Van der Weken, Rivers, Ferguson, Shays, Kubera, Herboz, Samir Paul, Pauline Van Preet, Maria Roberta, Ziga Francis, Benedictas Masiokas, Jonathan Falkenberg, Jeff Verbeek, Jensen Walker and Tristan Abeels. And even our race director, Thomas Liner, is helping the marshalling team to move the damaged Haase chassis. That is of Yenthimunen's kart. Well, that just goes to show turn 3, when that runoff area is used, if someone is brave to put it on the inside, hold on tight, because that's exactly what has just happened. And this is given the opportunity for drivers that are battling. They might not be battling for the title. They might be battling for something even more prestigious. And when you look at who is battling for effectively second in the championship coming into this round, Jacob Ashcroft had a gap of 100 points ahead of Rory Armstrong, not taking into consideration the drop scores, which at this moment, before I even take into account the pre-final that was just had earlier on, it's 75 points. So effectively, Ashcroft has got to still have that gap come the end of today. If that's the case, he's the champion. But Rory Armstrong, Lars Lambers and Thomas Verheyen. Right, Verheyen 7th, Armstrong 4th, Lambers 2nd. So we come to the end of the full course yellow period. The green flag now will wave. Here we go, back under full racing speed because the green flag drops straight away. And we're back under full racing speed heading into turns 1 and 2. Ashcroft leads the way ahead of Lambers, Van Meeuwen, Armstrong in 4th. Tom Reed, Vic Van Kampenhout having a great run in 6th position. Verheyen, Freeman, Van Berkel, Brand van der Weken gets the jump on Victor Reutz in the early goings of the restart. Down the Europalan they go for what will be lap number 4. 7 3/4 minutes still remaining on the timer. In this final, they'll do it all again tomorrow. So into turn 10 at Cafe Corner. Ashcroft will want to make sure that no one gets past him. Felipe Reyes was the closest challenger to him, but picked up a 5-second penalty. He's out of the race. Along with Becker, along with Yenthimunen and Finn Albert Jorgensen. So Armstrong trying to keep pace. I had a chat with his mum, Orla, saying, well, we know he can race. He's just trying to use the slipstream as much as possible. Thomas Verheyen gets a little touch from behind, courtesy of Vic Van Kampenhout. They are leading an absolute train. You've got Freeman, Van Berkel, Van der Weken. Rivers now up into 11th position. Victor Reutz, Daniel Ferguson, the young man from the UK in the number 15, running in the mini rookie class, is doing a standout job. Didn't have a good qualifying, but he's made it work. Hopefully tomorrow we'll get a real indication of what the young man from the United Kingdom is truly capable of. Look at the train from Thomas Verheyen backwards. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on what the gap will be, probably between 6th and 15th. Look at the gaggle. Absolutely ridiculous. Vic Van Kampenhout now looking for the inside line on Thomas Verheyen. Has got it done. Jack Freeman's got through. Lieke Van Berkel trying to thread the eye of the needle, but she can't get the job done. Time and space was kind of running out for the 185, but Ashcroft still leads. Van Meeuwen is the quickest one out there. The 127 running with GKS. A 1 minute, 0.051 second lap time in the completion of lap 5. We're on lap 6 with 5 minutes and 35 seconds still remaining on the timer. It's anyone's guess as to what is going to happen now. But Ashcroft starting to stretch the legs on the Lando Norris chassis underneath him. Gap was just over a quarter of a second after lap 5. Lap 6 will now be completed. That gap looks north of 0.3. Well, it's 2.5. Lamber's fastest lap, but there's Van Meeuwen up the inside of the 142 to take second position. Alexander Van Meeuwen, who does not even factor into the top 10, let alone the championship at this point. But Ashcroft still leading the way. Jakub Kubera is now out of the race as well on lap 3. The Czech Republic driver will have to start from the inside of row number, well, won't have to start from the inside of row number 13. What am I talking about? Have to go through qualifying and also 2 races tomorrow. But Jacob Ashcroft leading the way. And to be completely honest, Jacob Ashcroft, his finish, 4th place, that now becomes his lowest drop score. So now, Rory Armstrong, by staying in 4th, is keeping things as... Now, bearing in mind, Lars Lambers won race 1 earlier on. Rory Armstrong placed in 6th, but that becomes 5th when you take into account the Minimax Rookies Championship points, and that's a very different proposition altogether. That's 48 for Armstrong and 55 for Lars Lambers. So with 2 3/4 minutes left to go on the timer in the Minimax Day 1 final, leading the way in terms of Mini and Minimax Rookie. Let's have a look, shall we? So, Ashcroft leading the way in Minimax. Let's have a look at who is leading who in Minimax Rookie. That says to me that a certain Jack Freeman is leading. Now, Jack Freeman currently P6. He's 1.3 seconds off of Tom Reed. So now, folks, I said it was going to be a roller coaster ride. I ain't kidding. I'm not kidding at all. Because now we have the opportunity for other drivers to really make their presence felt. And in this 31-strong grid, unfortunately, chopped down to 29. Now it's 24 with Tristan Abils. Rounding out, well, he was disqualified, excluded in the previous race. That is a 0. That is something that Tristan Abils cannot wipe from any deductions. If you get an exclusion or a disqualification, that goes towards your point tallies for the season. And Sees Moyes and the Minimax Rookies had that. Was the only driver in Minimax Rookie that had that. Oh, no! Big incident. That was Thomas Verheyen on Lieke van Berkel into turns 1 and 2. Oh, dearie me. Thomas Verheyen went for a move that wasn't really on. Well, he could have pulled a little bit further to the right-hand side. And that means that Thomas Verheyen's opportunity of battling with Lars Lambers and Rory Armstrong on day one of the final round of the season. That means Verheyen, I think, is not taking any further part. Let's see, where is Lieke van Berkel? Van Berkel is still running. However, there is a GKS kart that's running a bit on the slow side that I just saw. It's not Alexander Van Meeuwen because he's still in second position. So, 2 laps to go. Ashcroft leads, Van Meeuwen, Lambers, Armstrong, Reed, Freeman, Van Kampenhout. Well, Thomas Verheyen actually got away with it, but somebody else... Oh, hang on a second. I've seen the 123. Oh, Ryan Rivers. Rivers is out. Ryan Rivers is out of the race. My apologies there. I thought it was Thomas Verheyen. I thought I saw the 180. So Thomas Verheyen is still running. 1.2 tenths behind Lieke van Berkel. But the timer expired 20 seconds ago. Alexander Van Meeuwen is within 4.5 tenths. And the new fastest lap at the minute. There's Jack Freeman. Jack Freeman, that was on Tom Reed. No, it's on Rory Armstrong. Jack Freeman is now in 4th place with 1 lap to go. Jack Freeman has seen what's happened behind him. So Jack Freeman now 4th overall, but that's the mini rookie lead. Final lap underway. Ashcroft going through into turn 6 off of the Europalan for the final time on lap number 13 of what we've had with a full course yellow, the first one of the meeting. We had the first red flag, actually, funny enough, for the Minimax pre-final with the formation lap incident involving Vitek Kubera and Kieran Stewart. It was a very, very hard hit, but I do know that, from what I understand, that both kids are okay. But Ashcroft, another step closer to picking up his 2nd title in Europe. First the European title, and he's he's a couple of steps away from taking the BNL Karting Series title. But Ashcroft wins the final on day 1, number 1, he says. Rightly so. Alexander Van Meeuwen, Lars Lambers, Jack Freeman, Rory Armstrong. Look at this, 4 wide across the line. And that was won by, okay, get this. Behind Tom Reed, who finished 6th, Vic Van Kampenhout. Okay, these 4 drivers were separated at the line. There were 4 wide. It was like Fast and Furious all over again, as in the original version, but 4 cars instead of 2. Bran van der Weyck Pips, Daniel Ferguson, Thomas Verheyen, and Lieke van Berkel. That's 8th to 11th, covered by 52 thousandths of a second. It was a photo finish on that one. Tristan Shays, Victor Reitz, Pauline Van Preet, Maria Roberto, Samir Paul, Jeff Verbeek, Jonathan Falkenberg, Leon Herbo, Zega Fransens, Jensen Walker, Benedictas Masiokas, and Tristan Abils ran out the 23 that finished. Then we had Ryan Rivers out on lap 10, after a possible incident. Jakub Kubera out on lap 3. The 4 karts involved in the 2 incidents on lap 1 at turn 3. Finn Albert Jorgensen and Maxime Becker and Felipe Reyes and Jenthe Moonen out on the opening tour. So let's take you through the starting grid for the final on day one for Junior Road Tax. Quite a few penalties to talk through along the way. Bolowet will start from pole position, having won the pre-final earlier on. Armand Hamilton will be alongside him on row two, on the first row. Thomas Behrman and Mateo Dankovic, row 2. Thijs van Wijk and Timo Jungling ran out row 3. Krik Norden, Thomas Ingram Hill, Boris Maximov and Kasper Schormans ran out the top 10. Kasper Schormans was given 2 time penalties, causing a collision, 5-second time penalty, front fairing 5-second time penalty, dropping him to 10th. Tay Stevens 11th, ahead of Archie Buttle. Tay Stevens also got a penalty for front fairing, being out of position. Cameron Nelson, Freddie Ingram and Tino Sidler ran out the top 15. Laura Bubanova starts 16th, ahead of Olivier Jonkers, who got a front fairing 5-second time penalty post-race, with Jake Menton, Nika Brima, Mika van der Pavet and Callum Ghosh running out the top 20. Mate Kobehidze from Georgia in 22nd. Mika van der Pavet, then we got Callum Ghosh, Mate Kobehidze, Max Sidersky, Maxim Smith, Kenneth van Mokerke, Kaz Tobben, Matthias Jarrup, Max Cuthbert, Vlad Tomenchuk, Philip Lenk, Adam Eckstein, and then we've got Knud Nielsen and Ruben Verheyen. So, Max Cuthbert gets a 10-second time penalty for causing an avoidable collision. 5-second time penalty for push to pass. Vlad Tomenchuk, 2 wheels out of the tram lines. On the start, Philip Lenk, a 5-second time penalty. That was the 260 front fairing. Adam Eckstein, 284, also front fairing. And Ruben Verheyen, 245, 5-second time penalty for a push to pass. Effectively bump and run, as the Australians would say. And I know the Robinson family watching in the UAE, you will understand that when you talk about Australian supercars. Had to make that reference. Or you could say it might be, well, it wouldn't be the redress unless they came back on circuit. And this is where my motorsport knowledge comes in, especially with Scott McLaughlin and Garth Tander at the Super Jeep Bathurst 1000 a few years ago when Scotty Mack was running with GRM in the Volvo S60. But the revs rise. Lights are out. First time for the Junior Road Tax final on day number 1. Bolowet leads the field into T1. And Thomas Behrman gets through 3 wide, careful, using the runoff area, and it's happened again! It's happened again! We've had another couple of incidents coming together, and don't tell me, is that that's Kasper Schormans! Schormans is out! Not even getting to the exit of turn number 3, and the 240 kicks the Nassau panel in complete frustration. Oh, dearie me. We've had it in the Mini-Max, and now we've had it in Juniors. The runoff area can be used once, but there were too many overzealous drivers, in my honest opinion, and I'm not throwing names at anybody, but it just goes to show that the runoff area, it can be used on lap 1. You use it again, you are going to get caught out by race control and get a 5-second time penalty. But in the meantime, Louet leads the way. Behrman, Hamilton, Radenkovic, Knoren, Jungling, Buttle, Van Wijk. Right, let's see who else apart from Kasper Schormans. Oh, Mate Kobehidze got caught in the crossfire as well. Olivier Jonkers is down at the back end of the field. Oh, dearie me. Just, I've got no words about that. Turn 3 is a pinch point here at the circuit. People will go for moves. And on the first lap, everyone's jockeying for position. And you've got those like Bolowet who are trying to, who had pole position, picked up the race win, and now has a slender lead over Thomas Behrman. So 45 seconds into the race. Right, Thomas Liner, race director, speaking to Kasper Schormans at the moment. As we now complete lap 2. Louet leads. Second is Hamilton, who's got through on Behrman. Radenkovic has got Jungling battling away with him, along with Krik Knoren. Krik Knoren, you need to get a sticker kit on that front bumper. I don't think they don't want to muck it up, to be honest. Tage Stevens at the moment has got the fastest lap of the race. The 282 running in 27th puts in a 57.431. And it is the fact that Mate Kobahice and Kasper Schurmans are out. Schurmans now walking away, having had a chat with our race director. Hamilton now leads. Radenkovic sends it through on the inside of turn 10. Squeezes Behrman wide. And now Behrman comes straight back at him round the outside. Going into turn number 12. Oh, dearie, dearie me. They're all concertinaing up again. It's 3 wide, pretty much, coming down the start finish straight into turn number 2. Oh. That just goes to show that in the BNL karting series, my favourite word is now being uttered for the first time. Unpredictability. That's exactly what we've got. Oh, one of the Dams racing cars, Sebastian Koch, runs a little bit wide, coming out of turn number 6 onto the Europalan. So, Armand Hamilton leads the way. Second, Boluet. Third, Matej Radenkovic. Then it's Timo Jungling, Thomas Behrman, and then after that we have got Krit Knoren. Archie Buttle rounds out the top 7. He's being chased down by the likes of Jake Menton in 9th, and Thies van Wijk, who rounds out the top 8. Boris Maximov, the 230, last year's Euro Minimax champion, currently running at the top 10. So Jungling has got the likes of Behrman, Knoren, Buttle, et al. Not too far behind him. 10 minutes and 45 seconds on the timer, plus an additional lap. And Hamilton trying to pull away from Boluet, but that is not happening. The 224 is ahead of his chief rival, Matej Radenkovic. Radenkovic was 4th in the previous race. Oh, Krit Knoren looks to dive up the inside of Thomas Behrman at turn 11. That's not going to happen there. But there's been a send. Archie Buttle launched it up the inside of the likes of Krit Knoren and got through. Loet now pressuring Armand Hamilton into an unforced error. They are not even half a kart length apart, heading through turns 3, 4, and now 5. Behrman up the inside, retakes 4th position from Timo Jungling, but that's allowed Matej Radenkovic to scarper away into the distance. A little bit further back, that's another position gained. Archie Buttle on a bit of a tear at the moment. He's kept it round the outside of all people. That was Krit Knoren, and Knoren's going to lose another position. He has done so to Boris Maximov. My goodness. And Knoren, is he behind Van Wijk? Well, he's ahead at the minute. Coming on to lap number 7. The train is forming. And there we go. The race lead is changed once again. Boluet slingshots past Armand Hamilton into turn 2. That is first place for the Dams Racing driver. And this is not over yet. We've still got 8 minutes and 50 seconds. So grab your popcorn, grab your soft drink, or maybe your alcoholic beverage of choice, because it's 5 o'clock somewhere, folks. It will be at about a couple of hours here, or maybe an hour and a quarter. However, Loet and Hamilton battling away over the race lead. This is going to allow the likes of Radenkovic, Behrman, Jungling, with the former two. Right. That is the 269 that's out. Slovakia's Martin Lischner, I'm afraid. Laura Bubinova at the moment rounds out the top 20. She represented Slovakia in this year's FIA Academy Trophy. Along with the likes of the UAE's Zain El Homosani, who also has competed in the Academy Trophy this year. But it is getting a little bit feisty. There's a move from Timo Jungling on the 296 of Matej Radenkovic. That's a change for fourth. Behrman up to third now as they make their way through into turn two. But there are still battles up and down the order. Now going to wage on right up until the checkered. Here is no exception. So Hamilton still within 2/10 of our race leader, and that person being Boluet. But now, behind Krik Noren, there is Tiers van Wijk. That's the battle for sixth place with Archie Buttle just in front. 2-2-1, running with KR Sport. And that train is climbing. I count 7 carts possibly in that train behind Archie Buttle. So you have the likes of Buttle, Knoren, Van Wijk, Maximov, Ingram, Menton, and then, well, there has been a change because Thijs van Wijk has just got past Krik Knoren for 7th. Jake Menton was at the back of that train, which also included Mika van der Pavert, funny enough, who hasn't had a good time this weekend. However, at the front end, the Behrman effect has taken hold. He's into second. Jungling was looking around the outside of Armand Hamilton, going through down the Europolan into turn 7 at the chicane. Jungling now trying to get on level peggings with the Hungarian. And they've got to watch out because Radenkovic is not too far behind. Buttle is bringing along the cavalry for the ride and closing on in those in front. Thijs Stevens is the fastest driver out there in terms of the fastest lap. Jungling looks up the inside of Hamilton. Hamilton gives him room, has to use the runoff area to avoid any potential contact and remains ahead for the moment. And into turn 6. Jungling sends it up the inside. Doors open for Radenkovic. What does he do? He slots back in behind the Hungarian. Now looks to the inside through into turn 7. That is Radenkovic through. 2 places dropped over 2 corners by Armand Hamilton as Behrman now tries to close in on Louet, who's looking for maximum points here today. That'll be 110 for him. Radenkovic at the moment has got a 4th. That's 49 points. He's currently 5th. That's 48. Shawmans will only pick up. Well, he'll pick up 19 points. And Jungling has to use the runoff area as well. He ran a little bit deep, possibly. Radenkovic points and goes, come on, move forward. Otherwise, I'm going to get past you. Well, I think it was I've just had a quick look. And between Radenkovic, he went for the move up the inside of Jungling, touched the right rear wheel. And Jungling had to try and get out of dodge and stay out of harm's way. Martin Lischner out. Kaz Tobben out. Olivier Jonkers. We're now down to 29 drivers out of 35. 2 minutes and 50 still to go. As Boaz Maximov is ahead, is ahead of Krik Knoren. So now we've got some battles up and down the order. Louet versus Behrman. Thijs Stevens, another new fastest lap of the race. 56.023. He's now in 14th. And Boris Maximov and Krit Knorren, this is for 7th. And there's a lunge from Radenkovic. Youngling gets the switch back. Hamilton trying to get through as well. It was nearly 3 wide down the Europolan there into turn 7. And they still all make it through, but there has been a change. So Youngling ahead of Hamilton, who now has overtaken Radenkovic for 4th place. Youngling defending, going down into turn 10. And Radenkovic trying to get the run through into 11. Not going to quite happen there, but what is Radenkovic going to do? He's going to keep it to the outside. Will he get the cut back? Yes, he will, but he gets slightly, not impeded, but I think Armin Hamilton had the right to keep it on the racing line. That's exactly what he did. However, the race leaders, Behrman's got the lead. Behrman's got the lead off of Louette. Thomas Behrman now has the lead going through into turn 5. He got the job done through into turn 2, had to go for it. And now Louette's retaken that position back. Oh, well, heavens to Betsy. Here we go. Into turn 7. And Louette retakes the lead back from Behrman. It was only a handful of corners, make that 4. Or 3 or 4 at best. Now into turn 10. Louette trying to stretch the legs on the Tony kart underneath him. He's about 2 to 3 kart lengths in front of Thomas Behrman. And Archie Buttle now going for 4th. Buttle went for 4th and he got it on Hamilton. Hamilton gets the cut back. 3 wide as Maximov amongst the pair of them. Boris Maximov, in his first season as a rookie, really starting to hit his stride. And of all people, never would I have thought I would say the words that Boris Maximov does a number on Armin Hamilton. Mika van der Pavat is also in there. And now, keep your eyes on the battle for... Oh, it's 3 wide coming out of turn 6. 2-3-2, that's Jake Menton. And Mika van der Pavat towards the outside, down the Europolan. Did they make it all through? Yeah, van der Pavat lost a couple of places. However, at the... Oh, that's a dive and a half on the inside of Archie Buttle. And that was Boris Maximov. Maximov, one of the youngest drivers, if not the youngest driver in the field, is having a renaissance. On his final race weekend, well, one of his final race weekends as a rookie. However, we go to the front of the field. Last lap, we've got about 1,100 meters to go. Louette versus Behrman at the front end of the field. And a 10th separated them across the line as they now are on lap number 16. Louette looks over the right shoulder. Behrman gets very close to the rear bumper into turn 7 off of the Europolan. I think gave it a little bit of a slight touch. If you do hit the rear bumper as somebody else, for those folks watching at home, not really introduced to the world of karting, the front bumper has a couple of clips. If you impact the front of it hard enough by hitting the back bumper as somebody else or going over the curbs in the wrong way, it will put those clips in. If that happens, that means you've had contact. But Louette, it's double delight for the young Belgian. That's a maximum score of 110 points. As that was one of the Trinity karts coming out of the final corner, taking out the cone on the left-hand side. But Louette by 88 thousandths of a second. Proficiat Junge, well done. Thomas Behrman close to a first victory in the BNL Karting Series this season, but Louette has done the double. That's a max score for him. And you know what? The person who lost a little bit more is the man that's walking over to his kart right now, Kasper Schormans. That is his worst finish so far this season. But Louette takes it by 88 thousandths, ahead of Behrman, Youngling, Maximov, Buttle, Van Wyk, Hamilton, Knorren, Stevens and Radenkovic ran out the top 10. Cameron Nelson takes 11th, ahead of Mika van der Pavat. Then we've got Max Cuthbert, Freddie Ingram, Matthias Jaderup, Jake Menton, Max Sadurski, Knud Nielsen, Laura Bubenova, and Ruben Verheyen rounding out the top 20. Rounding out the 28, the finished all the 17 laps of racing. Sebastian Koch, Thomas Ingram Hill, Tino Sidler, Kenneth van der Markerke, Philip Lenk, Maxim Smith, Callum Gosh, and Vlad Tomenchuk, rounding out the 28-strong Adam Eckstein. From the Czech Republic, out on lap 14, Olivier Jonkers out on lap 10, Kaz Toven and Martin Lischner out on lap 6, with Luca Brima out on lap 2. But the biggest news, Kasper Schumanns and Mate Kobahidze out on turn 3 of the opening lap.
Stand up because he could not see me. Fuck off, man. That's why he I could not see that you didn't. They are three the same. I say, yeah. You don't see the same between me, Nacho, and he has no hair. Yeah. He has less hair. Less hair. I am up in the sky. No, I don't have. Did not saw it. I did not. But if he look at you, it's the same because you also did that. So yeah. What is the difference? Yeah, I did not see it. Can you please stand? I saw them. I said, should I put a mirror from the truck on your chest? Ja sam si řekl, že jdeme si why? Because you're looking at the backwards the whole way. The mirror from the truck put on the chassis. No, ono, my pár říká, že to není skala, tak dej tomu jele. No, stav vlád, dostane můj řidičem disko. No, já jsem to tak normálně. Stop. No, what do you want to do? Stop. Go outside around them, and then we finish the first. So how many times have you had from 100 stars? I said maybe 3 times. Once in 100. Yeah. So you are back in turn. Say what do you want? The best thing you can do with 2 stars second. First corner to the right. Don't give any places unnecessary. When you go with the other, you drive
No.
Wszystko jest jasne.
Wiem skąd ta chęć zadowolenia u niego. Zobacz, że to znaczy, że musiały koło siebie. To będzie dopiero ja. Pierwszy raz do numer taką sytuację. Z tobą jeździ.
Yeah, but he went outside, and the guy behind him, he was really again. That's why he can Tom could go behind him.
A to zajebiście wyglądało.
Now we go into the last final on the penultimate day of the 2023 BNL Karting Series season. It's DD2 and DD2 Masters this time, and here is your starting grid. Enzo Boll will start from pole position, having won the pre-final a little bit later on. Tom Bracken in second will be alongside him on the front row. Maxime Dirix and Nicolas Guillaume will again occupy third and fourth, but the other way around as opposed to the pre-final. Jules Cousin will start fifth. Alongside him will be the pre-final winner for DD2 Masters, Karl Klebo, with David Maslakovic, Nikita Genza, Carl Gustav Borgard, and Nikolai Christensen running out the top 10. Dmitry Ostrovsky, Bernhard Schreiber, Jan Eckstein, Dominic Hummels, Andreas Neumann, Kian de Brandt, Jan Frost, Camille Kubera, Lucas Dolizal, and Yori Klebo rounding out the 20-strong grid, with Klebo unfortunately excluded for being underweight. So we get underway with a 15-minute final, plus an additional lap. So mini-max, there'll be 13 minutes, plus an additional lap for both the pre-final and the final tomorrow. But then for the remaining other classes, we open it up a little bit longer in terms of the time duration. So Tom Bracken and Maxime Dirix having a little bit of, let's just say, elbows out last time earlier on today. But the red lights are on the starting gantry for 15 minutes, plus an additional lap. After this, we'll have 2 more senior Rotax heats to conclude the day. And then from those six heats, we will have the top 36 going through to tomorrow's pre-final and final. So the drivers make their way out of the final corner. Red lights on the gantry. Revs rise. Are we ready? Lights are out. They are underway. Good start by Enzo Boll, and straight away Tom Bracken pulls to the inside of the racing line, heading into turn 2 to block the door, to not allow Maxime Dirix to get through. A little bit further back. Jules Cousin losing a position. Also Dominic Hummels has lost a couple of places, heading into turn number 3 as Boll leads the field going into the Europlan off of turn number 6 for the opening time. 5.67 of Andreas Neumann. Oh, very close there. Bracken might have been looking for a move up the inside of Enzo Boll, heading into turn 7 off of the Europlan. But Dirix and Guillaume running line astern, just behind the 2 from SP Motorsport. Karl Klebo now up into 5th place, still leading DD2 Masters. He has effectively picked up his first race win of the season earlier on. But after lap 1, Boll leads, Bracken second. Top 3 covered by 0.56 of a second. There's David Maslakovic, who has just got through on the 403 of Nikita Genza, who is trying to gather traction out of turn 2 and in the run into turn 3. But the German from Dortmund Motorsport unable to use the traction out of turn 3. Looked like the rear tyres might have spooled up ever so slightly. And through into turn 8 go the race leaders. Bracken closing in on Enzo Boll for the overall race lead. After 2 laps, we pretty much have the entire field still running on the circuit, as Bracken gets the gap down to about 0.23 of a second and sets the fastest lap of a 54.669. But the 4.99 and the 444 of Maxime Dirix and Nicolas Guillaume still keeping the 2 from SP Motorsport very, very honest indeed. Top 4 were covered by less than 7 tenths after the opening 2 laps of the race. as they fire their way through the turn 7 chicane off of the Europolan. Update on DD2 Masters. Karl Klebor now leading in 5th, and the nearest competitor is Nikolaj Christensen. So Dominic Hummels is struggling. He's all the way down in 17th position. And out of the 7 drivers, he is currently 6th. So from that perspective, Dominic Hummels' opportunity of going for a BNL Karting Series title is slowly but surely fading into the distance. Nicolas Guillaume, in the meantime, trying to close in on his teammate. Careful, Nicolas, you don't want to upset an angry bear, because that's exactly what Nicolas Guillaume is going to become Maxime Grix is going to become if you try and send it up the inside. But they will know very, very well not to do that. And the gap has now expanded between 1st and 2nd position to the tune of 4 tenths. But the fastest lap of the race has now come from the Polish driver in 6th overall, 5th in DD2, David Maslakovic. And that is a 54.499 second lap time. Lap 4 completed. Enzo Boll has just matched the lap time. Nikolaj Christensen has just outpaced everybody with a 447 second lap time on that effort. Well, that just goes to show. Well, Nicolas Picot has done it before, and now Nikolaj Christensen has just done the same himself. So kudos to the pair of them. So, the 2-speed DD2 karts roar their way around the circuit here at Karting Genk, the home of champions. And Enzo Boll looking to pick up a maximum score. Now threading the eye of the needle up the inside of Karl Klebor. That's David Maslakovic. Through on the DD2 Masters driver. Klebor will be pretty happy because he's still got a couple of karts in between himself. Well, he's got one now between himself and Nikolaj Christensen. Christensen is closing, however. He's about half a second. Well, he's probably going to be the best part of about 7 tenths of a second behind Karl Klebor for the Masters lead. Now, that won't cause a problem, I think, for Karl Klebor, but there is a move that's... Oh, well, there we go. Jules Cousin up the inside. Nikolaj Christensen right with Karl Klebor for the DD2 Masters class lead. And he's through on lap number 7 at turn 2. Nikolaj Christensen gets the job done. Now, based on current drop scores, Klebor and Hummels, 5.88 plays 5.57. That takes into consideration that both drivers have had a 39 point a finish of 39 points, which effectively is 14th, and a 12th place finish this season. So, no matter what happens with Nicolas Picot, well, tomorrow he won't be champion. But Karl Klebor, if he is pretty much the same, if he's got the same gap between himself and Dominic Hummels after the pre-finals tomorrow, that then means he is one step away from securing another piece of history. Okay, up the inside of Karl Klebor goes the 4.37 Carl Gustav Borgard. And, well, he decides, you know what, I'm going to let Nikolaj Christensen go off into the distance. I've finally picked up my first win. Okay, might have been a bit short-lived, but Christensen at the moment puts himself on 449 points after that. Well, no, it's more than that because he picked up 52 points in the opening race, puts him on 501. Now, bearing in mind, folks, Nikolai Christensen did not take part at Ostrikor, which means there are 4 no scores, 2 of which are his deductions for this season. So, at the moment, I have it as follows. Karl Klebor, 588. Dominic Hummels, 557. Nikolai Christensen, 501 points. And that's including up-to-date drop scores. But Maxim Dirix holding on to 3rd at the moment. And the way I see it, Enzo Boll has a slightly higher points deduction. Puts him approximately 16 points behind Tom Bracken. But the key thing is, Bracken is only 7/10 away. Enzo Boll has set the fastest lap of the race overall, 54.181. There goes Guillaume up the inside. That is on Dirix. So that means that Maxim Dirix is even further away from either, well, he's going to be further away from the championship title, but also with that comes the opportunity of getting a grand finals ticket, because effectively he knew that he was hopefully going to try and compete for one. But it may not be the last opportunity that he gets this season. 5 minutes and 45 seconds still to go in this race, plus an additional lap. And Dirix closing in. Thank you, Yannick, for sending me over the the actual main, I think it's the airbox on the LMP3 Ginetta that Maxim will be driving next week at Hockenheim. And there he goes through up the inside. That's what I like about the fact when you've got 2 teammates battling away. Dirix gets through. Guillaume was looking for the switchback coming out of turn 12. Dirix now shuts the door going back into turn 2 on lap number 12 of this race. And Dirix and Guillaume swapping positions like nobody's business. They managed to get through. Well, Guillaume now up into 3rd place. And his best finish was a 3rd, well, actually a 2nd in the final on day 1 at Ostrikor at Racing Kart JPR. And again, they're swapping positions. Oh, dearie me. This is how when you have an inter-teammate squabble, and I think he's now given the signal to Nico saying, right, okay, stop fighting me. Stop fighting me. I need to catch the 2 in front. That's what I need to do right here, right now, and move forward. If he doesn't do that, I mean, he's fought all the way through the season as Maxim. His lowest results were in both day 1 finals here at Genk and also at day 1 at Ostrikor. So Karl Klebor rounding out the top 2 in DD2 Masters. He also rounds out the top 10. But Nikolai Christensen within 7/10 of a second of David Maslakovic. There is Karl Klebor battling away with Jules Cousin. That is for 9th overall on the road as we head into the final 3 minutes. Dmitry Ostrovsky has set a personal best on lap 12, 54.596. Not really many improvements happening because it looks like there's quite a few battles up and down the order. Jan Eckstein being closed in on by Dmitry Ostrovsky. and Yuri Klebo. That is fourth, 13th overall. Ostrovsky at the minute is currently P4 in DD2 Masters. Dominic Hummels is ahead of Camille Kubera, so that is going to more than likely be another finish in, well, that will be a 48 and a 47. That will put Karl Klebo 31 points ahead of him. 2.25 minutes still to go. And Karl Klebo, he just can't let it go, can he? He wants to try and get through on Jules Cousin from France, the 451. As they go through into turn number 3. Klebo trying to close on in on the Dams Racing driver representing France into turn 5. A little bit of Oppo lock going through into turn 5. You can see as they're turning the kart left, they're using a little bit of right hand down to try and control any oversteer when you're rotating that kart into the corner. Maxime Dirix and Nicolas Guillaume also put in their personal best laps of 54.286 for Dirix, 54.317 for Guillaume. But Enzo Bol having a lead of now nearly 1 3/4 seconds over Tom Bracken. And again, Karl Klebo is like a dog with a bone, isn't he? Trying to get through on Jules Cousin, but also to race against the... having the DD2s and the DD2 Masters running together sometimes actually is quite entertaining, especially when you see someone like Karl, who has a very, very successful bakery business, actually has multiple locations, and that's why he's very much loved in this paddock, especially when people open the fridge and see what's inside, and he's been in. But he's also a very, very clever, very, very good racer. He's also one of the most humblest people I've ever met over my journey in karting. Always smiling, always shake it, holding out his hand for a handshake. He sees you in the morning. But with 15 seconds to go, we're now on the penultimate lap of this final. And the way things stand, if it finishes like it is right now, and it stays like this, things might be getting a little bit closer. So, at the moment, Bol leading the way in terms of the race. Tom Bracken, second. Maxime Dirix, third. Nicolas Guillaume, fourth. Effectively, that puts Tom Bracken 16 points ahead after 2 dropped scores this season. So, final lap is underway. Enzo Bol has a country lead of an advantage, nearly 2.1 seconds. It's like he's decided to leave Genk and go to Zolder. Dirix and Guillaume rounding out the top 4 as Enzo Bol puts the pedal to the metal down the Europalan for what will be the 18th and final time here today. The title battle goes down to the wire tomorrow, but one man who has kept his cool at this moment in time, the 404 from the Netherlands, Enzo Bol, heads his way down to turn number 12, and it's double bubble for the young Dutchman, who along with Bracken made the move from Junior Rotax to DD2. It's paid dividends 2 for 2 for Enzo Bol. Bracken, 2 second place finishes on the trot, finishing nearly 2.4 seconds behind Enzo Bol. Maxime Dirix takes P3 ahead of Nicolas Guillaume, with David Maslakovic taking 5th, representing Poland in the 445. Nikolai Christensen, Carl Gustav Borgard, Nikita Genza, Jules Cousin and Karl Klebo round out the top 10. Christensen picks up a win in DD2 Masters. Karl Klebo takes 2nd. Kian de Brandt, 11th, ahead of Lennart Schreiber, who rounds out the top 3 in DD2 Masters. Jan Eckstein, Dimitri Ostrovsky, Yuri Klebo, Dominic Hummels, Andreas Neumann, Kamil Kubera, Jan Frost and Lukas Tolizal round out the complete field that finished all 18 laps of the 1.36 kilometre circuit here at Karting Genk.
Ja, maar ik zie die mannen die uitgevallen zijn. Ja, maar goed, die vier die pakken ook weer eigen zitten. Ja, het is niet met zo'n man, maar met een eigen dat niet zo, ja, niet zo heilig. Ja, ja. Als je gewoon sterk hebt.
So we now get underway with our penultimate senior road tax heat. There is drama in the dummy grid, however, because Kai Hunter can't get the 335 DHR Lando Norris kart underway. So here is your starting grid. 20 drivers set to compete. Gilles starts from pole position. Alongside him will be Tobias Billy Clausen, Ethan Jeff Hall and Kai Hunter looks to have, yes, he has managed to get the thing started and off and away. So he'll have to make sure he gets into position before they cross the yellow line on the formation lap. So it's Ethan Jeff Hall and Kai Hunter, row 2. Row 3, Dion van Verven and Montego Masson. Row 4, Sverre Ubben and Luke Neeson. Miel Hendricks and Jules Houssel ran out the top 10. Rune de Broeke, Puck Gubbles, Milan Koppen, Sam Bergstein, Enzo Dickenberg, Jake Bezelbeck, Dante Sima, Ralph van der Pevert, Frederick de Mant and Gustav van Gorp round out the 20-strong grid. Up until this point, Gilles and Hunter have not been in a heat together. Now they have. The person that wins this race will be at the top of the intermediate classification after the heats. But if Gilles wins, he's pole on the pre-final tomorrow for the top 36. Hunter wins, he's on pole for the pre-final tomorrow for the top 36. So either way you look at it, one will win, one will not. Seven minutes on the timer plus an additional lap set in stone. And then when the lights go out, we'll be racing and the time will count down. After this, we'll have our final race of the day, race number 12 of the meeting, before we get underway with everything that will happen tomorrow, whereby we will have 3 more qualifying sessions and 8 races to close out the BNL Karting Series' 2023 season and, what's more, our road to Bahrain. Into the tram lines, revs rise, are we ready? Lights are out first time. And again, like we have seen previously, Gilles leads the way. Hunter, where is he at the moment? He's struggling a little bit. Oh, he's way down the order. Now, because he was on the outside of row 2, you literally have everyone trying to get through. All bit of bumping and pushing through into turn 6. But Gilles leads the way. Jeff Hall, 2nd. Van Verven, 3rd. Clausen, 4th. 5th looks to be Montego Masson. Sverre Ubben looks to be in 6th. And that might be Rune de Broeke running out the top 7. So come through into turn 10 for the first time. So, after the opening lap, Kai Gilles leads the way. Tobias Billy Clausen rounds out the top 4 behind Ethan Jeff Hall and Dion van Verven. And there is a change. That's Miel Hendricks round up the inside. Oh, cheeky little thread of the eye of the needle by Jules Houssel, who gets past Rune de Broeke. And that was very, very good indeed from the Frenchman in the 909. We've not even got 2 laps in, and Gustav van Gorp in the 343. She's made her way up into 13th position. Gilles, no surprise, is the fastest lap of the race. Looking to the right-hand side, were we? Miel Hendricks was looking exactly where Jules Houssel was. So, now, on to lap number 3. Gilles has a lead. It's 3.5 tenths ahead of Ethan Jeff Hall. As there's Sverre Ubben. That's a neat move up the inside of Montego Masson. The right rear wheel slightly pitching into the air as the Belgian rotated the car and then leaned onto the left-hand side to really get some bite down with the left side tyres. So Rune de Broeke has dropped all the way down to 9th position. Milan Koppens, a 10th outside of the top 10, just behind Luke Neeson. Gustav van Gorp is about 1.5 seconds behind Puck Gubbles, as they all make their way through turn number 11. So Kai Hunter has recovered at the moment up to 15th position. And now he's got to start moving up the order. The main reason why I say that is the ranking after heats are very, very important. Because if he doesn't get on the front row alongside Kai Rilats, I know one person who will be, based on his consistent performance so far, and could be having an opportunity maybe at a race win in the final heat, which will be a certain Sean Butcher, but he'll be starting on the outside of row number 4. As I said, the outside line here at Genk, when you go into the start phase, is never always the easiest position to be in. You always want to be on the inside line because it's a pair of right-handers. One slight and one significant straight afterwards, and then you go straight into the left. So, over halfway done in this penultimate senior Rotax heat of the weekend and also of the season. Rilats very much will put himself... Now, for those wondering, how are the championship points calculated if you've got heats during a race day? Well, if that happens, you effectively make it like so you give them the points of their position and then you double it. Jules Roussel has just made up another position on Miel Hendricks and has got René de Bruyker and Pat Gubbels looking on the inside. And Hendricks has lost out on both occasions. There's Luke Neeson. Well, no, Pat Gubbels hasn't got through. Luke Neeson, however, making his way past René de Bruyker. There's Pat Gubbels in the background. And Pat Gubbels getting now pressure from behind. That is Kai Hunter. Now up into 10th, 12th place. And if Kai Hunter gets 10th position, what that will mean... Tenth place is 41 points. And there goes the number 343. That is Gussie van Gorp up the inside of Miel Hendricks. And that is another change for position. So that will be down to 13th for the 929. Gussie van Gorp, I have to say, credit where credit is due. Despite the dramas in qualifying, she's fought back through every single heat and has made it into at least the top 15 and has been on the fringes of the top 10. She won't be that far away from the top 10 because just up ahead in 11th is Pat Gubbels. Kai Hunter has got himself a little bit further up. He's actually got himself past René de Bruyker. So Hunter now 9th and climbing up the order. Just in front is Luke Neeson. And then it's a further 0.7 of a second up to Jules Roussel. And that's probably where I think Kai Hunter will finish. Will be in 7th position, but he's got a minute plus an additional lap. Hunter has set the fastest lap of anybody so far, 54.690. And that was on lap number 6. Timer at 45 seconds. Hunter has got probably the Jaws music ringing in his eardrums as he closes in on Luke Neeson. And that will be the battle for 8th place. So if Kai Hunter can get himself up to 7th by the checkered, I think that will be, okay, first of all, for him, a disappointment. But second of all, it'll put him P3. That'll give him 100 points. In the meantime, that is, well, that's Sam Bergson I've seen to the left. Ralph van der Pevert leading this train. Milan Koppens a couple of carts behind, or maybe the cart behind the 368 from the Netherlands. Timer has expired. One more lap remains in this penultimate heat. Rilats 1.36 kilometers away for securing what will be pole position. He'll have won all 3 heats. He'll have taken pole position earlier on today. Kai Hunter, fastest lap of the race. And where is he? He's half a second behind Jules Roussel. Can he close that gap up by the checkered? Not 100% sure. But Gilletz will put himself on a maximum score of 110 championship points. Bearing in mind, when we take the heats, you get the ranking after the heats, then you double that score. Gilletz through Cafe Corner. Now turn number 11. The Wunderkind that is known as 17-year-old Kai Gilletz comes out of the final corner. He took pole position in qualifying. He's done the clean sweep today. And that was the calmest celebration because he knows now it's time for respite, time to recoup your strength, your energy, and what's happening for tomorrow. And look at the gaggle coming across the line. Oh! Whoopsie daisy, someone's had a big old off, and that was the 928 Dante Sima. Well, they were literally all squabbling, but Gilletz takes the win ahead of Ethan Jeff Hall. Gilletz books his place on pole position for the pre-final tomorrow during the day. Ethan Jeff Hall makes it a strawberry 1-2 and was 1.37 seconds behind Dion van Verven third, Sverre Ubben, Tobias Billy Clausen, Montego Masson, Kai Hunter recovering to finish in 7th. That's a pretty good comeback. I'm not too sure if that might be enough to assert, but a certain Sean Butcher will be out in the next race. Out of Jules Roussel, Luke Neeson, René de Bruyker, Pat Gubbels, Gussie van Gort recovers from the back of the field to finish 12th. Ahead of Miel Hendricks, Milan Coppens, Ralph van der Pevet, Fredrik Demant, Sam Bergstein, Dante Sima, Enzo Dickenberg, and Jake Bezelbeck.
boven een bankje zitten.
Met een pot bier.
Ja, dat zou nog helemaal niet verkeerd zijn.
Hoe werkt als niet niet altijd zitten of...
Ik ga het.
Nee, jij.
Ja,
Nu, maar tijdens dat anders.
ja, dat is
Ja, dat is niet eigen vlees en bloed, hè.
dat ik er aan de laatste koers koers. Dan had ik altijd hier nog wel van die trekkers.
Je draaien dan.
Ja, van die trekkers. Ja. En dat is nu inderdaad eigenlijk.
En vorig jaar nog sleutel voor nog van. Ik deed het zelf ook graag.
Ja, achteraf weet je dat, wanneer je het anders had moeten doen. Maar ja, weet je, het blijft wel wat een gevoel aan.
Ik ben het niet als een gevoel, maar het is niet gewonnen. Dat doe ik. Dan moet ik aan de weg. Dat 12 wordt op de
Ja, precies. En dat is nou zo mooi, ja. Dat is een hele ik heb ook wel die dingen van hier wat vaker gedaan. Moet je koers niet gereden. Maar voor het plezier.
Admiraal, dat heb ik ook schaatsen. Schaatsen voor je tijd. Dat past ook wat anders.
Dus die schoolbalen.
Ik vond dat wel leuk eigenlijk. Eerst zei ik dat deed niet, maar tweede jaar ging ik de surprise doen erop en dan totaal andere varianten. Zekerheid rijden en dan ik had een aanpassing was, want dan had ik 3 wedstrijden op straat en dan kwam je op Genk. Dan is je geluk. Die mental switch en dat vond ik niet goed.
Time for our last race here on the penultimate day of the BNL Karting Series season for 2023. It's Senior Road Tax, the sixth and final heat, Groups B versus D. Here's your starting grid. On pole position, it's going to be the 363 of Kaz Boshouse from the Netherlands. Alongside him will be Martin Gaiskens from Belgium on the front row. Vincent van Kerkhoffen and Benjamin Van Hees will be on row number 2. Benjamin Demant and Vic Stevens, row 3. Jaden Teen and Sean Butcher, row 4. Paul Forquemin and Austin Lee round out the top 10. Tommy van der Stoys, Mario Sidler, Lawrence Herboz, Taze Dams, Jort van Wijk, Gillian Sednika, Scott Westhovens, Adrian Hoare, Karol Kaminski, and Mads Larsen round out the 20-strong grid. So we have had one driver, that is a certain Kai Gilletz, that has just picked up his third successive victory in a row, and also with that takes pole position for tomorrow's pre-final for the top 36. For those wondering about the timetable, well, we are going to be starting the live stream about 10 to 12, well, 11:45 or 10 to 12 tomorrow. But there is your starting grid on the screens for those watching at home. So, 2 wins for Kai Hunter, 2 wins for Kai Gilletz. Who's going to be winner number 3? Because we've just had those 2 race previously, just a few moments ago, and the Belgian ended up finishing ahead of the Brit. So 7 minutes on the timer. Red lights on the starting gantry. The field now makes its way through the 12th and final corner. Revs rise. Are we ready? Lights are out first time. Good start by the pole sitter, Buzzhouse. As he leads the field, being followed by Van Kerkhoffen. Sean Butcher going around the outside using the runoff. He gets himself up into 4th from 8th on the grid. Oh, a little bit of a tussle behind. That involved Vic Stevens, the 369. As they make their way through into turn 6, Sean Butcher trying to get the switch back on Martin Gaskins. Not able to do so, but it's nearly 3 abreast. He's going to open the door. Is Butcher. Through he goes for P3. Oh, bit of a moment there for the GKS car. Butcher now trying to go through on the inside of Vincent Van Kerkhoffen, so he got through on Martin Gaskins. Benjamin Demant was trying to get through on Martin Gaskins, and Butcher sent it through at turn 10. Good work there. Sean Butcher up 6 places. And now Van Kerkhoffen decides to defend it to turn 12. That's going to have a little bit of an accordion effect behind him. Gaskins and Van Kerkhoffen pretty much side by side. They are still side by side. There's Vic Stevens. Oh, bit of a use of the runoff area there for Martin Gaskins. Loses a bit of momentum through on the inside. That's brilliant from Stevens, and Gaskins off. Gaskins off with 2 wheels. Catches a tank slapper, and Van der Stoys puts it round the outside and gets through at turn 6. Van der Stoys had the presence of mind to read the situation and effectively take full advantage. And Jort van Wijk has ended up, well, Jort van Wijk is not taking any further participation in this race. Has now finally got through Sector 2. Battle, however, oh, careful. Vic Stevens has really got his elbow sharpened today. And that's up the inside of Vincent Van Kerkhoffen, and over the curbs he bumps through turn 1. Jaden Teen follows behind him. Van Kerkhoffen now could lose a place, lose that 5th position. To the man I used to call Mr. Domination, he's Mr. Send It From Anywhere. It's Tommy Van der Stoys. And he gets through. Gaskins back on the back bumper of his GKS teammate. However, Sean Butcher in the meantime has got through on Casbos House. That would have happened down from turn 6 to turn 7, down the Europolan. So Butcher now takes the race lead on lap number 3. However, Jaden Teen will give chase. Now there's a bit of a squabble. We've got the 321 of Taze Dams behind teammate Paul Forquemin. You then add, who is that behind them? That's Lawrence Herboz. As Austin Lee has dropped to 13th. Not been the young man's best race so far today. Austin Lee, mum and dad, originate from Portland, Oregon. Proud to run the Stars and Stripes on his side pods, but runs as a German licensed driver. Hence why when he gets, he's already got his ticket and he'll be representing Team Germany this year at Bahrain. So Butcher leads by nearly 0.6 of a second ahead of Casbos House. Jaden Teen rounds out the top 3. Vic Stevens in 4th as they make their way through Cafe Corner. Forquemin sees the pair of GKS drivers, Gaskins and Van Kerkhoffen, in his crosshairs, and he launches it up the inside of the first one and gets through. So, with just under 3 minutes to go, change for position. Gaskins has lost out to Herboz and Van Hees. Oh, that was a bit of a shove from behind. Lawrence Herboz gets an absolute wallop, courtesy of Benjamin Van Hees going through into turn 7. And Gaskins gets the touch from Austin Lee, pitches the GKS Esprit chassis sideways. And there is Mads Larsson, who's not had a good run either. Mario Sidler has got his elbows out with the likes of Adrian Rohr, amongst others. 2.25 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. Sean Butcher is just wafting away into the distance. Literally and figuratively, he's got a 1 1/4 second gap ahead of Casbah's House. Tommy van der Stroy's in the meantime, fastest lap of anybody, 55.074. As the 924, that is Benjamin de Man battling away with Scott Westhovens from Slangen Karting. Scott has been in this championship for quite a few years, I think from probably pretty much the time I started commentating. Can I believe I'm saying this? October, and about this time, 2018. So Jort van Wyk did actually end up out of the race on the opening lap. But Benjamin de Man trying to close in on Scott Westhovens. Sean Butcher adjusts the radiator flap on the right-hand side of the Cosmic chassis that has the number 302 on it. Jaden Teen in second. Casbah's House trying to keep an advantage over Tommy van der Stroy's. That gap is net. Well, van der Stroy's in the meantime has got past Vic Stevens, so he's lost a little bit of time in the intermediary. Vincent van Kerkhoffen, however, has dropped like a stone that has been quite literally thrown quite heavily into a pond, and he's not gone past the opening sector. And Van Kerkhoffen, I've just spotted him on the right, hang on a second, I'm trying to get my Marshall Post bearing here. Marshall Post 5, which is off of the exit of turn number 8. So Vincent van Kerkhoffen was running strongly at the sharp end of the field. As we now are on to our penultimate lap. Sean Butcher's lead now 1.845 seconds. And a new fastest lap from the driver now in 9th position. Austin Lee, who's now, he's trying to keep it pinned round the outside. That's on the 321 of Daysdams. Kept it round the outside of turns 3 and 4. And now tries to thread the eye of the needle through turn 6. That's going to bring Benjamin Van Hees. Oh, there's a bit of tyre smoke between the two. Oh, they clash again into turn 7. Oh, dearie me. I know it's the end of the race day. I know there's a bit of desperation setting in, guys, but please take care of the equipment. Mechanical sympathy. You try telling that to a senior road tax driver, you won't. You'll get the 1,000-yard death stare as far as I'm concerned. But Butcher goes on to the final lap of the penultimate day of the 2023 BNL Karting Series season with a 1.862 second advantage. Oh, it's all kicking off. Daysdams has just had one sent up the inside of him, courtesy of Austin Lee. He tries to return the favour through turn 3 and can't get it done. So that's 8th position for the young man based out of Weisendorf. And soon to relocate to London very soon. But there is Sean Butcher, the man that took the title in 2020 and 2021. He's still going to be putting up a fight right up until the last checkered flag tomorrow, because you bet your bottom dollar that this man here wants a 3rd title. Out of the final corner, KR Sports, Sean Butcher picks up the W in the final heat of the season. Jaden Teen takes second, 2.147 seconds behind. Ahead of Casbah's House, Tommy van der Stroy's again showcasing his prowess in his senior rookie season. Vic Stevens, Paul Forquemin, Lawrence Herbos, Austin Lee, Daysdams, Mads Larsen, Benjamin Van Hees, Mario Sidler, Adrian Rohr, Martin Gaiskens, Benjamin de Man, Julian Sednika, Scott Westhovens and Karol Kaminski round out the 18 strong that finished all 9 laps of racing. Vincent van Kerkhoffen out with dramas on lap 5, and Jort van Wyk not even making it past the first lap. But Sean Butcher becomes our 3rd different winner out of the 6 heats today at Karting Genk. 12 races down, 8 to go. Tomorrow is the business end of the 2023 BNL Karting Series season. We've had multiple different race winners. We've also had some dramas and some calamity and a bit of chaos along the way. But tomorrow is the end of our 16th season. Let me assure you of this. No matter what happens tomorrow, the spirits of competition shines through. Tomorrow we will see who will put their best foot forward in the pre-finals and the finals. After today, we'll have to say goodbye to 4 of the senior Rotax drivers as only the top 36 make it through to tomorrow. But who will become our 2023 champions? Who will close out the road to Bahrain and book their place at the 23rd running of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals tomorrow afternoon? Before I forget, before I close things out, nearly 170 drivers have now signed up for this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival and Rotax Max Challenge Golden Trophy. Between the 27th and the 29th of October, Micro and Mini Max drivers will compete for a sole solitary ticket as part of the Grand Festival, and it sees it being hosted the first time here at Karting Genk. We will keep you updated through the BNL Karting Series social medias as to tickets coming available, but you better get in quick because with nearly 170 drivers racing under the nighttime sky in late October is something to be treasured and experienced. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for listening. See you tomorrow as we crown our champions on the road to Bahrain as it ends tomorrow. Good night.